the heartache that comes with having struggled so much. So one of the things that we've learned from the research of Stephanie Haff and Famiko Hafe and others is that near peer mentorship is one of the only damn things that seems to help those of us with dyslexia overcome our mental health challenges. Because we're not broken, we're in a world that doesn't fit us. And what we do is we give these things wings to fly, our hopes. And so I want to share with you what I do with little kids in my center. I run the Tennessee Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia. I train school psychologists, I train therapists, I do research with my PhD student and other people. This is a short story that I've written called No Mistakes. Yesterday we painted. I wanted to find an outlet that would be easy to execute and difficult to judge. When we started, I said, there are no mistakes because the whole point of this project is to help us realize there are no mistakes and to let go and have fun expressing ourselves. We set up and got to it. The two young girls who, like me, have dyslexia watched a short video with me demonstrating three simple techniques for the style of painting we were using, liquid paint. I had racked my brain and spent the morning obsessing over the project. It didn't have to be perfect, but I had some parameters. One was to capture aspects of what the girls had shared with me the week prior. We took time to explore what we wanted to convey through the art project. Both girls shared expressing a phenomenology that converges on word, reading, and spelling, and how they see the world. Both get strained eyes when reading, which seems to be linked to the extra time and effort it takes for them to read. And one said, "The world gets wavy." That is her way of saying that as she reads, tears start to build up in her eyes from the frustration she fears. So I was drawn to liquid art because the technique creates layers of paint that flow together to make wavy lines. How perfect is that? This seemed like a great approach to conveying their experience in an abstract, more conceptual way. Another need was something easy to execute. Check. For this technique, you pour paint on canvas and move the canvas around any way you want, allowing the paint to ooze and flow wherever it happens to go. I had the one we did together moving it, and both tried out spinning their frames. No rules, just experimenting to see what happened. The last need was a process that you can't mess up, meaning that no one can look at that and say something like, "Well, I see you tried to draw a self-portrait. That doesn't look much like you, now does it? Ha ha ha." The hope was to create a situation where we would not judge our own work in this way and fall into the mind trap of becoming our own worst critic. We talked honestly the week before, three people with dyslexia just being real with each other as we explored possibilities for the project. During part of the conversations, pardon me, around ideas, I shared that sometimes it is hard for me because I can be really hard on myself. And I pref by saying, I'm going to be vulnerable and share something with you. I went on to explain that sometimes when I'm creating something, the thing I see in my head doesn't come out in what I actually do. Then I think, it's really bad, and so am I. Looking at them, I asked, does something like that ever happen when you create or make something? Their eyes got huge. They both gulped and moved their heads up and down. Yes, they said, words finally coming to them as they stared at an adult in a position of authority, confiding in them an aspect of their reality. Part of why I gravitated to this medium was because for this painting technique, we use physics to our advantage, gravity and fluid dynamics. Those are the basic mechanics here. No sketching to conceive an idea, dump paint and make it flow, and see where it goes. On the day of the project, the girls were well into creating their individual pieces for what we called their private art collections. And one of the girls declared while working on hers, "Nobody is going to tell me I can't hang this painting in my room." As things progressed on their paintings, I asked them for their input and help to pick out the colors and to prep the cups of paint for the larger canvas. It would be hung on display at the center, and it was being created by all three of us. Coming over to my station, they looked over what was available, consulted with one another, got me going, and returned to their individual pieces. They kept looking over at me and coming over to lend a hand and to check in on my progress, offering encouraging words. That looks great. I love how the colors look together. At one point, after much of the canvas was swirling with color, I picked up a tool I had gotten at the art supply store earlier in the day. It was this kind of comb sort of thing, but not rigid. I experimented by dragging it across the canvas. I gasped as the intricate lines in separate colors blended into a dull gray. And I cried out, "Oh no, I messed it up!" A reflex of my overly critical mind, an ingrained aspect of my psyche. And one of the girls said, "How? Remember? There is no way to mess up. The picture will be what it will be." I said, "Of course you are right." Thanks for reminding me. And I proceeded to pour more paint on the areas of canvas. Now here's the thing, guys. This is the girl who cries several times a week and writes, "I am stupid," on her papers. She was helping remind me not to be hard on myself. And at that moment, things felt better in both small and big ways. Because the girl who writes, "I'm stupid," on her papers was the same one who blurted out that she wasn't going to let anyone tell her she couldn't hang her painting in her room. And now she is reminding me that there's no way I can mess up our painting, the painting that will be attributed to all of us. Hearing her words made me smile and feel like things were a little better inside of me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tim. We're transitioning straight into Dyslexia's Sleeping Giant with Ben taking over the moderation.
Thank you, Tim, for your story, your vulnerability, and paving the way, really, for so many. Unfortunately, Jackie Rodriguez was not able to make it to the event, so in her stead, I am moderating this amazing panel. Alyssa Ayton is the founder of Park City Reads, a local nonprofit that supports not only families through advocacy and tutoring, and so it supports children and the parents, because as a parent of somebody who has dyslexia, we need support too. My 17-year-old thankfully held on to her love of language and stories and has written a book. She has a children's book. Nadine Gobb is here, who, thank you so much for coming, Harvard Graduate School of Education professor, and also recently appointed as a consultant to the World Bank, which I can't wait to hear more about at some point. And Tim Odegaard, who you've met from Middle Tennessee University. And we're here to talk about dyslexia, the sleeping giant. I spoke with Sherry today, who said she goes to literacy conferences where dyslexia is not even mentioned. I spoke to somebody else that said, well, they get kind of isolated from literacy conferences because they're dyslexia. That's what I mean when we need to break down silos, right? Dyslexia is where structured literacy is so important. We're going to hear about early intervention. We're going to expand on Tim's work around social emotional and hear how it impacts communities. And so, I want to just recognize a few connections to the concept of and the idea of literacy and public health. We heard Tim's story about when children can't read, they struggle to read. I've always said that the person in the room who knows most that they are struggling is that child. And when we can validate that child, when we can help them understand why they're having the challenges, it eases their burden on themselves. I want to appreciate you for your research, because I've been using it for years with the children that I've worked with in the school districts that I've worked with. And then also just recognizing the economic impact of dyslexia when people are struggling, and the shame or the challenge of reading grows. It doesn't go away, right? If we have dyslexia, we still have dyslexia as adults, and creates other challenges. But if we can start, Nadine, if you can start out with the, talking about early identification, the work that you've done in early identification, why it's so important, and also maybe talk, If you can share how you have, woo, how can I just share the connection between public health and dyslexia as well?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It was a real pleasure to be here. Yeah, so we do a lot of work in the space of preventative education. So I bet you all embrace medical prevention, right? So as a society, we do. I bet you maybe took a vitamin this morning, or maybe you went to the gym, maybe you got a flu shot or mammogram recently. So we embrace, preventative medicine. But what we don't embrace is preventative education, right? So we heard so many stories today, and thank you so much for sharing your lived experiences on like struggling with learning to read. What if we could find the kids before they struggle and intervene before they struggle, so we can actually avoid these psychological and mental health impacts? And so that's the approach we're taking with the research we're doing, but also with the translational work. We really target that period so we can avoid the struggles that really target that period so we can avoid the struggles that come down the road. So we call this preventative education. And if people think like, oh my God, that's such an innovative idea, it's actually been around for 25 years. I found articles that were written in 1996, 1997 on preventative education. But for some reason, preventative medicine went through the roof and we all embraced it, but preventative education is not. And so, I hope we can all leave today and really think about what can I do in order to prevent instead of being reactive, being proactive.
Thank you so much, Nadine. And carrying that thread, Tim, maybe you could share a little bit about the social emotional impact of dyslexia, some of the data sets that you've looked at, and the kind of correlations that you've identified.
So it's important because we've got correlations, but we also have causation now. So I want to walk you through kind of the logic of where we are. The correlational research, there's been large investment in epidemiological studies across multiple continents now, North America, Europe, and Australia. So Guinevere MacArthur has done a wonderful look at this research in this space using large data sets with hundreds of thousands of kids across the United States, the UK, and Australia. She asked the very simple question with her correlational research. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Do we struggle with literacy, as Nadine was talking about, or do we have early onset mental health challenges like internalizing or externalizing conditions that prevent us from responding to instruction and developing literacy? And so across all of these data sets, hundreds of thousands of kids, she demonstrates that as we start to develop early in childhood literacy problems, that will predict anxiety, depression, and externalizing behavior problems in the future. So when we have a knowledge and awareness of where we are in kindergarten and first grade, we can predict later mental health challenges based off of that. But you can't do the other. You can't take your mental health challenges in early age and then predict your later literacy. So that's a correlation, and that's really, really important. The other thing that started to happen started first with what we call the Woodlawn longitudinal study out of Johns Hopkins, and Kellum was one of the main researchers in there. And this links back to what Nadine was talking about. One of the earliest studies was in 1999 on this preventative health and literacy. Valentino, Reed Lyon, and others were part of this large-scale study up in upstate New York. What they did was an early onset to what we have in many of the schools in this nation, which is this multi-tiered systems of support. This idea is we find kids early, we start to intervene. They were doing this. But before that ever happened, before this was even a concept, in '94, these researchers as part of Woodlawn started to think about this from their perspective of where mental health challenges come from, their ecological model, that it comes with your fit to society. And they said, well, if you're struggling with literacy, mentioned, getting no mental health challenges, guess what happened to their mental health? It got bloody better. But there was another study that was done in the same research grab out of the Meadow Center, and they looked later. But what if we waited until 4th and 5th grade? Well, now we have this vicious cycle, not a victorious cycle, we have a vicious cycle. So now when you come in with this anxiety, which we have good reason to believe is germinating from your struggles academically, that pushes you away from the very instruction and intervention you need. So they found what we call a mediating effect. The kids who responded best to the reading intervention had the lowest levels of anxiety when they came in. So now we can see the full cycle starting to emerge, because you can't just have correlation, you have to have causation. You have causation when you bring things under manipulation and you start to see the connection. You know, we have limited evidence for that the cognitive behavioral therapy is very mixed right now. We've invested tremendous amounts out of NIH with millions of dollars across multiple labs, and those are mixed results. But the near-peer mentorship and the interventions academic team was talking about, because it directly links into what you're talking about with the mental health.
Thank you so much, Tim, for just sharing your knowledge with us and making those connections for those of us in the room. And moving over to Alyssa, a parent of a child with dyslexia, an advocate, a powerhouse, really, who runs the small and mighty organization Park City Reads. If you could share a little bit of your story and you know, connect it maybe to Nadine's early intervention, Tim's talking about the correlation with mental health and causation. I think it'd be really helpful for everyone to hear your story.
Thanks, Ben. Is it on now? Yes. And thank you for including me here today. This is truly an honor, and I am so in awe of what has come together in such a short time. Our daughter, so my story does begin with our daughter, and when she was in 3rd grade, she was struggling very unexpectedly to learn to read, and it's a story we hear over and over, and unfortunately we still hear today. We were fortunate we got an outside evaluation, diagnosed her with dyslexia, and we were really excited. We're like, okay, now we know. We bring it to the school, and we were told dyslexia doesn't really exist, and we have no supports for her. And that was incredibly upsetting and frustrating and many other things. We were able to afford outside tutoring, but this really led me down this path that is not how students should have to learn to read. It shouldn't be because you are wealthy enough to hire someone to teach your children to read. Children should learn to read in schools. I became passionate to try to understand how children learn to read, how we were teaching children to read. I invited people to my small kitchen table here in Park City. People came, a few educators, many parents, and that led to kind of accidentally founding PC Reads. And the READ stands for Recognizing, Educating, and Advocating for Dyslexic Students. And that was in 2014. We do believe in early intervention is one of the most important things. For kids to understand why they're struggling and to give it a name is imperative in my belief. And so one of the things we have highlighted is educating communities. We brought Harvey's film, Dyslexia, the film, in 2015. We collaborated with our local film, Park City Film, to educate the community. We needed the word to be used. We needed people to understand and identify who was struggling. Since then, we bring many, I do believe that educating the community is one of the main things that needs to happen. So we've done that through film. We've done that through speakers. We've had Barbara Wilson, Louisa Moats, Nancy Redding, Peter Wright for the legal aspect. We've had Jonathan Mooney, Dean Bragnier. We've brought many speakers, most of whom I have found through attending the IDA conference, where I've seen both of you speak. And we also support the teachers because the teachers need the professional development. And so we give reading grants out. And we, this year, sent 3 teachers to the Reading League Conference in Chicago this past fall. And then we have an advocate program, and that goes to the early identification. We have some of our advocates in the room. They are all certified dyslexia advocates through the Dyslexia Training Institute. They screen children. We now use 2 different screeners. We use the NeuroLearning app, which can do down to age 7. And we recently started using the test of dyslexia, which can start at age 5. And then our advocates educate parents, attend meetings, provide resources, and really try to ensure that the parents can then become the advocate for their child and understand. Because we also know that dyslexia is hereditary. And so many of the parents we're trying to help did experience that shame as children too, and we don't want their children to. So hopefully I hit on some of those things with that question, but thank you.
Yeah, so a question to the crowd for anybody that's experienced dyslexia or have children. How many of you have experienced some type of antagonistic relationship with the school district? Just a few, right? You can snap your fingers, wave your hands. I will raise both of mine. Yeah, go ahead. That's where I was going. Please.
The one thing I left out, which is probably one of the most important, is that in this process, we went from a family that was probably about to sue the district to a family and an organization that was able to collaborate with the district to bring structured literacy. And so we collaborated with our district and the local education foundation to bring, at the time, Wilson Foundations in our elementary schools back in 2016. They're now using 95% phonics, but really collaborating with the district to make that change. And that was difficult. So we learned a lot in that process.
So we have somebody who's threaded the needle, right? Which is a powerful message for everybody to know that it's possible, for people who are working with representing school districts, for publishers, for parents. It is possible to align our children's needs with what the school districts are delivering. Which leads into my next kind of question, really, and that is Mark Seidenberg recently wrote a blog post, and he talked about, is structured literacy the way of teaching and maybe the methods that teachers use for students with dyslexia? Is it spilling over into typically developing students? And is that what we need, what we don't need? And raised, I think, what I think is a good point, and I'd love to hear from you about that.
Yeah, that's me. So I think that one of the things I want to start doing is having more partnerships and making sure that the people with a mouthpiece have deep knowledge. And I think that Mark has made his contribution with conceptual models, and or toy models that we call parallel distributed processing, based on his research and work with Rumelhart and McClellan and others, and he's made a substantial contribution. One of the things that the burden of dyslexia is that I can't just let other people do things for me, because I've had to do everything for myself my entire life as a compensated dyslexic. So I've done all of that, and I've helped to write the IDA knowledge and practice standards. In this recent blog post, he really hypered on this idea that we say that it's just the dosage of the structured literacy. And this is something that Nadine were on with Phil Capon, a colleague of ours, and Phil also has deep knowledge of instruction. And I highlighted, and I was actually alluding to on this Harvard webinar, it's not just dosage. To say that we're turning the volume up, but it's more minutes with a teacher in a small group. It's really intensification. And there are people with deep knowledge here. I cited that 1999 Valentino study. Well, that launched a million ships. And I remember being with Mark, and he was writing down furiously back in 2020 in March. It was at the AIM Institute's symposium. And he hadn't heard of my colleague Stephanie Alateba's research, funded by the Institutes of Educational Science. It was set up by one of my mentors, Reed Lyon, another one of my mentors, Valerie Reyna. And that was the research arm of our Department of Education, God rest its soul. Who knows where it's at now? Anyway, politics aside, there's this whole body of research that Mark didn't know about. And one of the things that is critical is to know that we've known something really critical that Mark is right about. And so is Dick Allington, is that we don't get enough time practicing. So my colleague at Vanderbilt, Jeannie Wanzak, and Stephanie with Project Focus and others have shown that very limited amount of time is spent with actually reading, much less writing. How many minutes do you think kids spend a day in the classroom actually reading? You think it's 30? Okay. 5. And now Shane Piasta just did a replication with IES funding and showed that in special education it's 7, and in general education it's 5. One of the things that Mark wants to remind us is that to develop automaticity and efficiency for all learners, and particularly those that don't need as much structure, it takes lots of practice, and lots of practice doing the things in context. And what we've known for a long time is that we don't get enough practice. Again, Jeannie published this a long time ago with Project Focus. Stephanie replicated this, looking at MTSS implementation across the nation as part of a national MTSS study, and we've now seen it with Shane's follow-up research. But that's not intensification solely as dosage. So we need more practice. What intensification is how we scaffold. Now, I was in a Utah classroom just last week, actually, observing people walking around talking to the principals here. And one of the things that I noticed was a lot of word level practice, but not into the schools. And what I saw was a lot of scaffolding with this explicit coding of the phonics pattern that probably wasn't needed. And one of the things that I was talking about with the people that were going to be changing this intervention and this curriculum was, hey, probably don't need as much of that, we're on it. Because we might need 5 minutes of that, which gives you 15 minutes now to distribute in interleave practice and then more time. We also now lose with disconnection into connected text reading and then into writing. We don't see a cohesive, unitized approach to doing this. And we don't see a way of removing the scaffolds when they're not needed and intensifying when they are. And so one of the things I know we're talking about later on will be the AI revolution. And now that we have so much, what we've not capitalized as well as we could is what Carol Connor's research did so well, which was to use algorithm and machine learning in a way to assist and elevate the work of teachers to prioritize what students should be doing and how they should be intensifying the instruction. So intensification isn't just dosage and how many minutes you have, it's the scaffolds, the strategies, the speed and pacing, the reteaching a concept if it's needed, and how we group and we go down and we do that work. And also then, what that connected text will look like for the different readers. And when we get to the conversation of the afternoon is AI, machine learning, and other things that are already on the market and being distributed have ways of doing this. And if there's any way to use technology, it'll be to access and add value opposed to taking teachers out of the equation and to facilitate and foster growth in children. So I think Mark got it wrong. It's not about doses. It's always been about intensification. And structured literacy is saying that we need structure in the word strands, we need structure in the comprehension strands, and language comes first, which we'll hear about from that. And language and how we interact with children starting at birth is structured genetically and then more and more environmentally. And that's something we don't actually acknowledge when we talk about oral language develops naturally. There's a lot of structure that are buried into our very old genes for that. And I need to stop talking because others should be able to talk.
And Nadine or Alyssa, any, what would you like to share in response to anything Tim said?
Yeah, no, I agree with Tim. I sorry, but I think what we really need to also focus on is on early. And I sound like a broken record, but learning to read starts in utero because the fundamental milestones for learning to read are sound and language processing. And when I hear MTSS as a preventative source, it's not preventative. MTSS is reactive. Someone has to struggle first in order to get into an MTSS program. So I think the RTI and MTSS is well, intended, but it's not preventative. So what I'm thinking is we need to really invest in how can we find kids early. And when I mean early is at 18 months, at 2 years, at 2.5, at 3 years. We could just show in a research study that the trajectories between kids who later struggle with learning to read versus non start diverging at 18 months. But we are talking about like kindergarten, first grade, which is way down the line. I think by then it is already, starting to get too late.
So, Alyssa, imagine if the reality that Tim and Nadine presented existed for you in 2014 or earlier.
If we hadn't had to wait until 3rd or 4th grade
Yeah.
to start intervention.
How might that have changed?
It would have been amazing. And I think that to do that, I also think there has to be a focus on educating the parents because young parents don't know how kids learn to read. They're told, read to your child, have books in your house. And, I often think it's like we put pianos in homes. Some people do, but kids don't automatically learn how to play the piano. And so having books in your house is not enough to become a reader. And parents often aren't aware of that. They're not aware of what struggling looks like. And so to identify those kids younger, parents really need to be aware, and preschool teachers too, of what that looks like, and as well as what their own history is. They need to be aware of their history. We did not know my husband was dyslexic until our daughter was identified. And had we even known that, that would have been a help.
I think another thing I want to quickly raise is we only talk about schools right now. So we do a lot of work to like involve more stakeholders and hold them accountable. So I've been, advocating since 2018 that pediatricians need to play a really important role in the early identification. So we now developed, a whole approach, checklist. We still are looking for funders that actually enable us to implement early identification starting at age 3 at the pediatric checkups. And it is doable. We have it all laid out. There is some really good pilot work behind it. Pediatricians do not like me, right? They say, well, we screen for ADHD because the logical next step is a medical one, but we don't screen for learning disabilities because the logical next step is an educational one, and that's out of our, but relaying it back to the social emotional aspect, right? They, need to know about this because these kids will show up with anxiety and depression and other mental health challenges. And so the earlier we find these kids, the earlier we intervene, the better it is for the child, the family, the whole system.
It really becomes an issue of communication. And for a pediatrician to say that it's an educational is to say it's a behavioral. And one of the things that we forget is that the 21st century from NIH, when we launched this initiative in the 21st century, was supposed to be the behavioral medicine revolution. What we didn't know was we have the genetic products that would produce groundbreaking ways in cancer to have medical treatments, and that also changing human behavior is really hard. But what we need more of are good communicators who know, because it's going to be a communication and changing how we think about things. We think about dyslexia as well as other things as like you have it or you don't in these categorical denominators. Writing a white paper with our colleagues Tiffany Hogan and Matt Burns and others right now on screening for dyslexia. And one of the things that we highlight and I wrote early in is let's take breast cancer. What Nadine's talking about is what we do with genetic testing for breast cancer. If you've got the BRCA gene, we can test that at birth. We know that increases your odds ratio of later developing cancer, but it does not mean that you have cancer right now. And that's a probabilistic model that says there's an increased probability, an odds ratio, that you'll have something. And in medical, and those of us like Nadine and others who are trained in medical, I used to be a medical faculty at UT Southwestern Medical Center, and we're well knowledgeable about this, but not in education. And so what Nadine is saying is that we have known and have been developing tools that tell us that a child doesn't have dyslexia, but is an increased risk once they're able to be school age and to be educated to have a hard time of it. And I think the important thing is when Nadine can tell her own story, but a challenge we had was, well, what we would do with them if we found them. But because of work from others like Tiffany and the LARC project, which was a $75 million publicly dollared funded project to look at what we would do with them. And at Ohio State University, we have intervention materials for oral language development that's free from the research of Margaret Snowling and Charles Hume and others across the pond. We know things to do with oral language now. So if we find risk of struggling with the written language components of the word and the reading and spelling, we know that we can intervene to alleviate and lessen the severity of that. And that's important. We also now know that there's this whole language strand up top with the comprehension. And then we have kids with policy being held back in 3rd grade and beyond because they can't pass their reading comprehension test. Well, Tiffany and others show that in 3 and 4, she has a crystal ball and tell you who those kids are with the comprehension. And it starts early. But it takes us shifting our mindset. Because when you get to a certain age, women, you get your mammograms. And they're looking for cancer then. And so once we're to 1st and 2nd grade, we're looking for dyslexia because you're supposed to be reading and spelling words. So we're not screening for risk anymore, anybody. We're screening for identification, for seeing if you have something now. But we're screening for risk at 2 and 3. And the analog is heart disease, but the better one's probably breast cancer.
So once again, the concept of silos strikes again, right? That doctors, education, it's considered separate by the professionals rather than thinking about working together to solve this problem, which is, I think, what we are all after. So last question, we have a few more minutes. The last question is, if you look out at everybody here, you're looking at filmmakers, you're looking at educators, principals, some teachers, some coaches, some state advocates, language experts, publishers. And if you wanted to tell people one thing you would like to see happen in the next 6 months that would move the needle forward on literacy, what would that be? We have 1 minute left, so you go quick.
Very quickly, there is a lot of legislation coming up in Utah regarding dyslexia, and I would love to see an effective legislation that requires screening for dyslexia happen and the funding to back it up.
I would love to see things, shift earlier and bring preschool teachers and parents of young kids into the mix to really, learning to read is our first job, to really make sure we maximize the joy of learning to read.
Yeah, and has been consulted by the legislator on that Utah legislation earlier in the month, and then also with the work in California to help select the screeners being used. Better public awareness about what we're talking about and trying to keep the fear of dyslexia out of bay. And one of the things that we haven't talked about, because we try to elevate and make it positive to have dyslexia, is one of the things that Stephanie Haff, a brilliant young scientist who's just grown up to be a brilliant clinician, is that she did a review article, and LDs and dyslexia have a social stigma, and we're thought to be less than. And when you're already a marginalized community, and Antonio will be up here sharing his story later, because you're learning a new language. And the battle in California for me was to make people realize I wasn't their enemy because I didn't want to stigmatize their children. And in a population where you've got a majority learning the English language and you have such a large Hispanics and Latinx population, they're worried about being double marginalized because they know that for Nellie and I, it wasn't an easy road to hoe, and it hasn't been for our children either, or for my sister, or for Antonio's son. So because of that, we need a public awareness raising around we're not here to come and label everybody with a disability and to say that everybody has dyslexia. It's about that early risk. And we have to be able to understand that not all of us have dyslexia, and it doesn't have to be everybody's fate. But for some of us, it does persist a lifetime. And it's tired of being gaslit because I still struggle.
And I will echo Harvey's parting words from the last panel, and that is literacy and justice for all. Let's hear it. Okay.
All right, thank you, panel right there. That is the conclusion of Act 1, which is the effect of literacy on individuals, our society, our community. So now we're transitioning to Act 2, which is words across a lifetime. Words carry meaning, words carry hope, and we're going to hear from Tanya Wright, who is coming up and going to read a passage for us. So, Tanya?
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm not going to read a passage. What I'm going to do is talk about solutions. My name is Tanya Wright. I am an actor, writer, director, most recently on a show called Orange is the New Black, which in many ways changed my life. This is a full circle moment for me, being at Sundance and also being an educator. After Orange is the New Black, that you all may recognize, it was really a cultural moment. I was frustrated. I thought that as media makers, we could do better in helping and being helpful in educating children and families. And so I left Hollywood and I applied to Harvard Graduate School of Education with a solution, a technology solution, and got my master's in learning design, innovation, technology at Harvard. And so I'm here today, actually. There's so much that's been said today. It's like, oh my God, every cell in my body popped off. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a preamble of what you're going to see a little bit later on this evening. In fact, it will be the finale. we're talking obviously a lot about literacy. Um, and I like to think of myself as a person that takes research and data and facts and all that prescriptive stuff and puts it in a container that's going to resonate with massive amounts of people. That's going to be sticky, and it's going to work, and it's going to be interdisciplinary and dynamic. So later on, you're going to see, I'm going to share a little sneak peek of an intervention that I created called Here Comes the Sun, that actually does not center the child. And a couple people here on the panel talked about two groups who could stand some centering. And those are the educators who are stressed and burnt out. And those are the parents who are the child's first teacher, who want to support their children. Sometimes they don't know how. Sometimes they don't have time. And how can we center these two groups of adults in ways that are not prescriptive or dense or boring or uninteresting, and give them something also for themselves? So that's all I'll say about that, and later on I'll share what it is I've been working on so hard. Okay, thanks.
Wow, I think I want to go sit with her at lunch. I'm pretty excited about that. The next panel, it's already getting exciting just seeing the name. I mean, language is medicine. All right, literacy's role in lifelong health. Ben, you get to take it away again. And panel, welcome to the stage. We're welcoming Ben, Leah Austin, Sherry Biegelman, and Tanya Wright again.
I feel so lucky I get to be up here again. Hello. So I get the honor of introducing a bridge panel. Nell already said the title, Language is Medicine. Let that sink in for a minute. Language is medicine. It heals. It's how we communicate. It's what brings us together in community, in culture, and is what is bringing us together today. And we've got, excuse me, Sherry Biegelman, Director of Advocacy for Black Doctor. Tanya Wright, who you heard, actor and author, who, you know, we were talking the other day, and we were like, we both went to Harvard, and we're like, all those flow charts and all that, all those papers, like, let's make it fun. Let's get kids reading and acting and talking, and how can we infuse enjoyment into the process? And Leah Austin, coming from Black Child Advocacy Project. And so I want to take a minute and really just recognize what you bring to today's conversation, and really some of the legitimacy that you bring to the idea of building the bridges, breaking down the silos, and working together to solve literacy and the literacy crisis that we have, that we are all facing. So that's where I want to start, is each of you can just share kind of your part, your take from your organization and what you do to move the needle on literacy and health.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I am truly honored to share this space today with you. My name is Sherry from Black Doctor. We are a media platform that reaches 20 million Black consumers and healthcare professionals per month. Literacy and language is very important to us because it's important for people to understand their health and wellness, so we bring it down to the level that people can understand. To get back to dyslexia, we heard a lot about that this morning. The person sitting over here to the right who said that her husband has dyslexia and the daughter, that was you, right? That's generational health. That's kind of what brings me here today, and I'll talk about. It's how do we share that knowledge within families that we aren't surprised when that health, impacts the next generation. How do we stop and the next generation from starting from zero and arm them with information? So thank you so much for having me today, and look forward to the conversation.
Hi, I'm Tanya again, still Tanya. And I am, I guess I was really interested in this space around intergenerational health and learning because I think that, I created there's a book called Harriet of Harlem around here. Please take one as you lead. And what I did with Harriet is I let my inner child lead me. And Harriet is likely my inner child run amok. She is 7 years old. She has hair that looks like the galaxy. And she goes on learning adventures with her friends Charlie the Comb and Barbara the Barrette. She is an African American child who lives in New York City. And in Harriet's life, just like in my life, my grandmother was the center of my world. My mother had me when she was 15 years old in the South Bronx. And what I have discovered, and I'd love to just talk more about, is also centering our grandparents in the conversation around literacy and reading. And so I created a platform called Nana's Nook, where children and grandparents can read and laugh and make memories together. And it is in honor of my grandmother, who was such an important part of my life. And happy to talk about intergenerational health today.
Am I loud? Oh, there it is. Keep talking and it works. Thank you. I was going to go into my classroom voice. So I was a kindergarten, first grade, and third grade teacher many moons ago in DC Public Schools. I also bring experience as a parent. So I'm the parent of an 11-year-old boy who is kind of, I don't know, he's in an interesting spot in terms of his both love and questioning of reading as a necessity in his life right now. So would love to talk more about that. I was also a funder, so worked for the United Way and worked for the Annie E. Casey Foundation. So as we're thinking about third grade reading as a marker, we know that the Casey Foundation is a foundation that has been very much involved in that data point and bringing that data point to life. And I am now currently the CEO of an organization called the National Black Child Development Institute. And what we do is we are essentially a think tank. Our work is really at the national level to create in many ways the container, Tanya, that you talked about. Create this container through research, through ideas, through stories, through word, that really challenges people around how they think about Black children and their families and how those thoughts and those beliefs actually impact the decisions they either make or do not make on their behalf. We also have an affiliate network of about 26 affiliates now across the country. And so they take a lot of our kind of thinky, that's a professional word, our thinky work, and they take it into communities and actually do the advocacy work and work directly with schools, early learning centers, and parents, as many people have talked about, centering those important groups. So that's why I'm here.
Well, we're so fortunate to have you here and hear your voices today. Leah, as the CEO of the National Black Child Development Institute, sorry, I faltered on
There are
your
a lot
intro.
of letters. I'll just say,
It's a
I'll give you, my son says you're the president of the Black children.
All right.
So you can also just say that.
Here with us
It's like,
today.
there are too many letters, too many words there, so that.
All right. So you have 8 pillars in your organization, right? So and when I was reading your website, what you do, it seemed like literacy fits into several of them. So if you could share a little bit about the pillars that literacy fits into and what that looks like in the work that you do and the impact that has on families and the concept of intergenerational communication, health, wellness.
Yeah,
I'd love to.
absolutely. Absolutely. Love this question. So it fits in a number of ways. One, it fits in just with this notion of thinking about literacy as a public health issue, right? So if we think about what public health actually means, we're talking about everything from clean water, healthy foods, all the things, safety, everything that really the foundational aspects of what make it possible to live a healthy, safe, and thriving life. And so adding literacy to that makes so much sense to the people in this room, right? We know that you have to have literacy skills and not just the ability or inability to read, but to be able to make meaning and context and understand your place in the world. That's all literacy, and that's all something that needs to be seen as a public health benefit or issue because it is foundational to our ability to survive or really thrive in this world. So the way we look at it is, as you mentioned, we have 8 areas that we focus on. I won't go through all 8, but 8 areas, everything from the impact of climate on Black children and their families. We're doing some work around the impact of AI and technology on Black children and families. And then one of the pillars that I will really sort of lift up here is that we talk about the fact that children need books, media, and we get in trouble for saying media because we focus on young kids and people are like, they shouldn't be on. And I'm like, that train has passed. They are on, so kind of get over it, they're on. But we have an outcome around books, media, and toys. And our belief is that every child, every Black child should have books, media, and toys that affirm and expand them. And so the way we think about literacy in that context is that children need to see themselves in each one of those areas, in what they watch, in what they read, and what they play with. That not only brings an interest, makes it interesting, makes it more fun, brings that joy to them, but the important part also is this expansion part, because it's one thing to just see yourself and to say, oh yeah, that person looks like me, that's a neighborhood I live in, that makes sense to me. One of the things we're really concerned about, especially as it pertains to Black children, is the expansive nature of literacy, the expansive nature of the books and the media and the toys that they are experiencing. What are we telling them is possible for them? And I would say that even as we have increased the number of characters of color, for example, in media or in toys or books, we've not really increased the expansive nature of what children are seeing as possible for them. I won't get into like stereotypical characters and all of those things because I think you understand my point. But I think for us, the real important piece here is how do we expand how they understand their place in this world and what's possible, and how do we do that through their literacy development in those materials.
Fabulous. Tanya, what, anything to follow up with the books that you have published and
Sure.
media?
Well, you touched on 2 words that resonate deeply with me, and that is imagination and possibility. And it is my hope today that we will leave with some imaginings of what's possible. This idea of working in silos and all coming together. It so resonated with me, Ben, when I got that email from you. There are 2 things that happened to me fairly recently that I just want to kind of hold up as some of my inspiration also for this work. One is that I was invited to a literacy event at a school district that shall remain nameless. There was a very well-meaning nonprofit who donated 75,000 books to this school district, right? So I see a lot of throwing books at the problem. A lot of these kids don't know how to read the books. But throwing books at the problem. 75,000 books for this school district. 5,000 families, kids and families showed up. I said, what's going on here? I'm a deeply curious person. And so I just started to talk to the people that were there, the children and their parents. All of the children had parents there, by the way. Why are you here? I'm here for the free books. I like to read. And I said, okay, so that's interesting. So sort of 95% of the people that this well-meaning nonprofit was targeting are not here. Why? You haven't motivated and engaged them in a way that lives in their bodies, in their cells. And until you do that, they won't be here. But they were all there with a parent caregiver, you know, that intergenerational opportunity. I also did another little sort of very anecdotal, informal study of children, of parents who read my book, Harriet of Harlem. They reach out to me on DM. They're like, oh, my kid love your book, blah, blah, blah. And I said, can I talk to you? And I spoke to the children, sure, but I was actually more interested in the parents. Do you read at home? Right? Are there books available? But what I also realized is that we weren't engaging parents in ways that were not prescriptive and dense. I think we, you know, could do better jobs of that and to bridging those generations.
So I want to lift up the idea of parents and children and grandparents talking to each other, spending time together in a book, in their imagination. Imagine the opportunities. I kind of love that. Language is medicine. Imagine the opportunities. And I also want to relate a story that Tanya shared with me. That after you finished Orange is the New Black, you thought, oh my God, what a powerful experience you had, and then it ended, right? And you thought we had this opportunity to capitalize on a wildly popular show that was bringing up many, many issues about society, and then it ended, and nothing happened. And I want to move over to you, Sherry, because you've got a platform, and you said 20 million monthly viewers. Yeah. So that's a reach, right? That many of us dream about. So if you could talk a little bit about what that looks like and how your reach stimulates the intergeneral conversations, the health, the wellness, and literacy, I think we would all like to hear your story about it.
Well, I'll tell the CEO story. The CEO, Reggie Ware, created blackdoctor.org 20 years ago, and with the intention to inform health and wellness for all Black folks, to make sure that they understand the health and they act. And we have great relationships with the physician network, and so we also reach the physicians and also the influencers too. So kudos to him. And even more important than the reach is super important, is that we are a trusted voice. We, Black Doctors, a trusted messenger, and that's where we're all excited to work together to create and anything that we could do to support all of you, because people trust us, and that's why I joined the organization 2.5 years ago, because everybody that I talked to, when I became very passionate about health equity, they were like, well, yes, blackdoctor.org. We're rebranding to Black Doctor, so in a month. So generational health is so relevant to what you both are saying, and I'm so grateful to be on this discussion panel and with all of you, because generational health is a system that Black Doctor is creating with everybody around us in collaboration, where we would like to include as many groups as possible, because it is a system, it's a blueprint for longevity. What does that mean? It's not an individual ask. It's how do we create health behaviors, because they're shared with systems. Health behaviors are shared with culture, with storytelling. So how do we, and environments. So how do we take all of that and make sure that all the generations are talking to each other? And your book is so exciting to me, because I know we can do so much together, hopefully. So how do we get the generations to talk, make sure they reach our audience, and then most importantly, so that next generation doesn't have to start from zero?
Thank you. I'm going to share a story from my teaching days. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working on the Navajo reservation. And the percent of parents, family members that would come in for any kind of parent-teacher get-together was about 2%, right? So I had 20 children, a little more than 20 children, and 2 parents would come in. And I had another rule in my classroom as a first grade teacher, and it was if you come into my classroom and you're going to interrupt my teaching, you need to read to the students. There was a problem, which I found out very quickly. Many of the parents could not read English stories. They were a generation where language was being lost actively. They were removed from communities and placed in school, or language was removed from them. They never really learned English very well, some of them. So I adjusted and I said, if you come into my classroom and interrupt, you need to tell a story, right? One or the other. Tell a story, read a book, your choice, whatever you'd like to do. And what happened? My classroom got flooded. Parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles were just looking for the opportunity to tell stories to their children and their children's friends. And they came in and they told stories about digging up the yucca root and using it for shampoo and other kind of medicines and health stories, weaving. And so schools can be a place that can bring that together, community schools, community environments. So we have a few more minutes, and I'm just going to ask you the same question. If you would like to see something happen in the next 6 months, you have a sea of people that want to do it with you. What would you want to see?
Well, I'll share a quick story that will answer that question, I think. One of my global advocacy clients at Pfizer, when I came to her with the generational health idea, I said, what do you think? And she said, count me in. Because what happened in her, and she shared a lived experience of her own for the first time. She, was very vulnerable, and she spoke at a panel in November when we launched Generational Health. Her 6-year-old sister passed from sickle cell disease. And so she had very well-educated parents, but they didn't check for the sickle cell disease trait. So one of the achievements of generational health and what we want to see change is that people start thinking about the traits and discussing the traits and capturing it, so the next generations will have more knowledge and more armed with success.
I would love to see more unorthodox, wildly disruptive combinations come together. So, for example, I'm doing, y'all know Sylvia's Restaurant in Harlem? So I'm working with a small business. I'm working with Sylvia's Restaurant in Harlem, and we got together and I just created this little placemat for children who come to Sylvia's Restaurant that is all literacy and health focused. So there's a word hunt. It's all about literacy and health, so that when kids come to Sylvia's Restaurant, they get a Harriet book, and they'll also get this something to do while they're waiting for their food. Because I think that there's a lot of most learning probably happens outside of the classroom. And people, like small business owners, they like, yeah, we want to be involved. We don't know what to do. I mean, that's just a really simple thing to do. And I would love to see more unorthodox combinations coming together in support of literacy.
I love that. I'll be quick. I have 3, but they're quick. So just building off of what you said is just continuing to remember that we're building on family strengths. We're not trying to fix families, but we really have to build on the cultural assets that they bring. And that was a beautiful story of how storytelling is one of those really, really important assets that are passed down generation to generation. The other thing I'll say, the other 2 things quickly, is that I really want to encourage us to expand our horizons of what we consider evidence-based research. I can give you a list of probably 10 Black and brown researchers right now that are very rarely named in rooms. They are very rarely at literacy conferences. They come to our conference, but we really have to look beyond ourselves when we're thinking about where the evidence base is and who the experts are. And then the last thing I'll just say is we cannot ban books and expect to increase any sort of reading, love for reading, or any sort of literacy skills. And that's something that we've got to continue to fight against this cultural norm that's become real, where we are banning the very books that kids find interesting, we're taking out of their worlds.
So I'm gonna we got one more. We got a little bit more time, so I'm not gonna give it up. I just found out from my timekeepers that we got about 3 more minutes, and so I'm gonna go on your engagement and providing engaging stories, engaging literature, engaging books, and when we think about that and literacy. When we think about literacy, Sherry, you kind of expanded the idea of literacy for us today, like literacy and policy, or literacy, how we talk about things that engage with things. What is a area of engagement that is lacking that we could access? We're here at Sundance, where we're all about storytelling. That's the kind of beauty about being here at Sundance today, is that we can share our stories with each other, and we have people who can amplify our stories. Where would you want our stories amplified?
One thing I haven't discussed yet is policy literacy is so important to achieving health equity. And so I do a ton of work distilling information so community can understand policy work, and how to use their voice and how to act in a way that they can understand, because policy is affecting all of our lives right now. I mean, it always has, but we really all need to speak up and do more. So policy literacy is definitely a priority.
I'm going to say that, again, innovation in media. I did a little experiment where I made a 24-minute puppet musical called When Nana Was 7. So Harriet got to learn about story of when her Nana Grace was 7 years old. But to get children interested in reading, I left cliffhangers at the end of the video, the answers to which can only be found in a book. So after it was what I wanted. And when the first child saw it, and they asked the question, "Where's the book?" I said, "Ooh, this is good. This is," and I think that we can do more of that, in media.
I love that. And we'll build on that by sharing a little bit of a story as well. So as I mentioned, I have an 11-year-old son, and he was really into, oh goodness, the Captain Underpants. Is that what's called, Captain Underpants? That series, like he was all about that series. He's moved on to anime now, but he was really into that series. And we were talking one day, and what came out of the conversation was that he said to me that a lot of the books that primarily myself and his dad purchased for him that have Black characters are about like historians, or like they're these very like social justice, grow up and be Dr. Martin Luther King books. That didn't even it didn't dawn on me that was a lot of the culturally affirming books are very much like, Harriet Tubman. And obviously we need those. But he's like, I want to read something like silly. And that's why I like Captain Underpants. I just wish there was a Captain Underpants that also looked like me. And so I would say, let's engage in some of that too. Because they're children, right? They want to have fun and be silly and do all the gross things Captain Underpants does. But like, let's also kind of lighten the mood for them a little bit. Like, give them some culturally affirming tools, books, media, and toys that are also playful and silly and speak to where they are, quite frankly, developmentally is important as well.
Unless you have any closing, anything else you want to share? Anybody?
There was just something that you said earlier about the strength of the family, and we're not trying to redo anything with generational health, but really create systems and show them the strength and reward behaviors and train behaviors, not putting them down, but system behaviors. So I just thought that was an interesting point.
All right, I'm going to close it again, and maybe everybody can say it back to me this time. Literacy and justice for all. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ben. This next voice that's coming to the stage is from the, state-winning kindergarten teacher of the year to a father of a son with dyslexia, to the trainer of higher education faculty in the state of Mississippi and helping the Mississippi Momentum, to building Spanish language phonics curriculums, really working to be a practical practitioner and getting it right. But today he's going to tell us his story of language. Take it away, Antonio Fierro.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, and buenos dias. My name is Antonio Fierro, and thank you, Nell. The rolling of the R was awesome. I live in El Paso, Texas, and I grew up. Just picture this: if you've seen newsreels and they show film or video of the international bridges, how busy they are, how crowded they are, people everywhere, cars everywhere. I grew up about 4 or 5 blocks away from one of the busiest international bridges in the El Paso area. Grew up in the projects. We called them projects then. We don't call them projects anymore. But those projects were what I call a language laboratory. I learned so much about my language, my culture, and was able then to move on. So now, Tanya, where are you? Harriet of Harlem. I need to write a book titled Antonio Armando Fierro Núñez. Del Chuco, Texas. Del segundo barrio, vato. Así es. My parents taught me early on not to forget who I am, where I came from, and they were well ahead of their time. Don't forget your language. Don't forget where you came from. And then they said, but you know what? There's a time and a place to do that. Because I grew up in a very tough neighborhood. You know, when I was playing outside, it had to be with, ¿Qué pasó, vato? ¿Qué onda? No. Hazte para allá, güey. Hazte para allá. But inside, it was, Mamá, buenos días. ¿Qué vamos a desayunar? There was a difference. And in order to survive, I had to know that. But let's fast forward. My siblings and I entered school, and we already knew how to read and write in Spanish. And suddenly we're met with this language that's a little bit different. Dick and Jane I'm aging myself. Dick and Jane, right? And there's a page that says, Dick and Jane, come Jane, come Dick, come Spot, come Spot. And I was trying to read that, and come, C-O-M-E in Spanish, is come. It means eat. You mean Dick and Jane are going to eat Spot? Luckily, I had 3 wonderful teachers. And some of you who have heard me speak before have heard me refer to them as the KFC effect. And it wasn't Kentucky Fried Chicken. 3 teachers by the name of Krudulak, Floodberg, and Crawford who said, Antonio, especially blue-haired Krudulak, 4th grade, Antonio, she would walk like this. I know why you're acting up. You can't read. And those 3 ladies really started my journey into linguistics, into understanding how language works, being able to appreciate and being a wonder. It was just such a magical thing to be able to speak 2 languages, be able to communicate in 2 languages. But the stronghold here was that we had teachers who explained it. who took what we had also way ahead of their time, took what we brought to the table and said, oh, you know what, Antonio, you say a sprite and a stop and a school. Yeah, right, okay, all right, right. But you know what? That's great. In Spanish, you will say escuela. You will say escalera. You will say a sprite probably, all right? But in English, it's sprite. It's school. Like, I see. Okay, I get it. So there was just this wonderment of this is the way the language works. And again, being able to honor what we brought to the table and take it to the next level. So as we move into our next panel, let's talk about that importance, how important that language is. And when we do say literacy and justice for all, we mean for all. And we honor the languages, we honor the culture, we honor the experiences that our children bring to the table. So on that note, let's move on.
Yes. Thank you, mi amigo. As always, we know that Antonio will bring the house down. So thank you so much. We want to bring up our next panel here. We have, are you our moderator? Yes. Come on, Joan. Joan, come on down. We have Nell Thompson, Terry Nolan, David Olson, and Antonio Fierro talking to us about the importance of the foundation of language.
Hello. Hello. None of
New
the other
friends.
panelists prepared us for how sinky this couch is. It's
Uh-oh, they're sunk.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, feel free to stand if you feel like you need some more gusto. So I will briefly introduce myself, mostly to the panelists, because apparently they all got together for coffee this morning while I was still on my flight. So hello, I am very honored to be here serving as the moderator, especially for this panel. Antonio, your talk made me feel right at home because I actually grew up in the Salinas, Valle de Salinas, where all your lettuce and artichokes and strawberries and Driscoll's berries and everything comes from. So I grew up in a predominant Latino community and had some excellent educators and educational leaders that taught me long before it was a coin term, culturally responsive teaching. I was very grateful to be led by a group of high school educators that were really leading the way in that way. I was also very fortunate to be trained by some of the best in terms of my teacher ed program. Didn't realize that until much too later. In fact, my story is very similar to Maria Murray, who founded Reading League. When I heard her story, I thought, oh my goodness, someone who had such a similar path of actually being trained properly to be taught and then getting into those schools and realizing, wow, why doesn't everybody have what I have? In fact, if any of you know Ken Howell, he was my mentor. He's one of the founding fathers of CBM, which provides the basis for all screening measures that we use now. And he trained me actually in my assessment course as a SPED teacher. And then, of course, then I realized much too fast that leadership actually has all the power and influence in schools and districts. So after completing my PhD with the Hoffs and Matt Burns himself as one of my mentors, I went and got my admin license and did school and district leadership for 3 different states and 3 different countries, and came back to the States in my home state of California and realized, wow, like, why haven't we come so much farther? I've been gone for 7 years. What have we been doing, guys? And so now I just recently founded the International MTSS Association, because when MTSS is done right, we are prevention first. And our entire school operating system functions from the notion that structured literacy and other evidence-based practices need to be woven in to something all students benefit from. And so I'm doing that alongside Matt Burns and many others. And then, of course, it was too globally focused, and I wanted to support my region in California now. I'm up north in the far north region of Northern California. And just kind of for fun, we just launched a Northern California Literacy Collaborative that does exactly what many of you spoke about, brings in economic development, not just reading research experts, but leaders at all levels and community. And let me tell you, The next journey that I'm on is trying to tackle the library service tutoring program for adults that are struggling because we need them. In fact, I'm going to be talking with National Reading League. We have got to bring them in because I myself just went through the tutoring and we need help there. I don't know what the word is to describe, but we have a long way to go. And these folks that finally get the courage up to go confess that they're illiterate and they need help and they are being read a newspaper article. Anyway, super, super excited to have this panel discussion with you, but I just wanted to let you know where I'm coming from. From my perspective, I'm just a passionate, disrupting educator and educational leader. So super excited. Let's get started. All right, I wanted to start with what the foundation, the panel title here around language coming first. What does that mean for you? And you guys have your own, okay? Who would like to start? What does that mean for you, language coming first?
I'll start talking about language first because of a very personal experience in my life that is very recent. And let me preface this by saying there is a passage in Corrie ten Boom's book, The Hiding Place, if you've ever read it, and she talks about who is whispering in your ear. So think about words. Who whispers in your ear? People from past you've never met. Your parents, your loved ones, this intergenerational health you've been talking about. And that brings me to my story. When August 14th of 2024, my daughter, who was 23 weeks pregnant, delivered a 1 pound, 2 ounce baby. So if you know anything about viability outside the womb, 23 weeks is it, if you survive. 10% chance of survival. Nadine, thank you so much for saying that language develops in utero. So at 1 pound, 2 ounces, when she is born, we knew immediately that the doctors were the ones that were going to care for her medical needs, for intubation, for breathing, brain development as far as keeping her alive. And I knew we had to care for her language because they weren't. And so all she heard in that incubator was beeps, beeps, beeps. So the minute she could withstand sound, I knew we had to whisper in her ear. So we got this thing called a Tony box. If any of you have kids, you know what a Tony box is. We got the little character that you can record stories. We recorded 90 minutes of stories from the people that loved her and that she was going to love. So what we found over time is that the nurses, when she would desat or something would go wrong, that they began to use the Tony box just like they would medical intervention. I have video of her desatting quickly and turning that Tony box on, and story from our voices brought her back up. I'm going to tell you about the power of language. So she's 18 months now, and 18 months actual, she is 14 months developmentally on track, on par. So when language comes first, I'm going to tell you what, language comes first.
Thank you. Yeah.
I love that story because it ties so much of what we're already talking about together. And mine starts in Bush, Alaska. I'm in Kotzebue, Alaska, and I'm working with children who speak Inupiaq first. And I'm profoundly impacted by this moment in my life where I'm mentored by Louisa Moats, and I read in the opening of Speech to Print just something about language. I'm a speech-language pathologist, and I just was hit by this reality that we're asking children to learn English, and we're acting as if they don't speak another language. And I was mad. And I went to the museum to understand when they started bringing English to the village that I was working in. And I found it on a picture on a wall, and there was a picture of a linguist who had come to chart Inupiaq in International Phonetic Alphabet, IPA. And I'm like, there it is, there's the date. And it was 75 years at that point in time that they had been in learning to understand what Inupiaq was saying, but then overriding that by just teaching English. And I'm like, no, I'm so confused. And I started to really ponder my own understanding of what language was. So, you know, Nadine, preventive education is my whole line of work, and I've actually taken data for Nadine in rural Montana reservation work. I've taken data for Tim in monitoring what educator knowledge is from Wisconsin about what do we know about language. When I was taught language is the foundational system that everything is built on, and it mediates everything. It mediates how we communicate, what Terry just talked about. It mediates how we develop. It's that piece that when we get to school and all of a sudden here I am, a translational scientist, looking at why are we just teaching word reading ad nauseum, and MTSS is measuring word reading ad nauseum, and nobody's looking at language development at the point of birth through 3, to Nadine's point, 18 months. Hello, by 3 years, we can really be doing something different to change trajectory. I mean, at birth we can, but now we know. So what does it mean to do language first for me now? All systems I work in screen language by 3.5 years of age. It is a non-negotiable in my work. And I am a person who's boots on the ground in Atlanta, in Greenville, South Carolina, in eastern Montana, in rural Montana, and all of them, so hat tip Nadine, MTSS is void of actual prevention if we don't, I call it MTSS LD now. MTSS without language development cannot possibly start, or it's not early enough. So that's what language means to me right now. It is the beginning of everything for every child in whatever language they speak.
Yes, awesome. Excellent. Great. Go for it.
I'll jump in and
Jump.
Yes, and thank you. This is a fantastic panel to be on. I'm learning so much already. I also come at this from I think a slightly different perspective and angle. My name is David Olson. I'm the Director of Education at Retro Report, which is a nonprofit media and education organization. We focus on creating short-form documentary films with the goal of connecting history and the present, and then wrapping around that classroom resources to drive language acquisition, to drive critical thinking skills, primary source analysis, inquiry, and providing that for free for educators. And I come at this, like I said, a little differently in that most of our work is done in secondary classrooms, right? We don't get the benefit of working with future students in utero or in preschool classes. Generally the students who are using our materials are, as many of you have described, if you are, reaching middle school and high school frustrated, depressed, finding a way, or in the midst of finding your way to decode and overcome. But still there, we know that there is an immense need and opportunity to create resources that frankly are needed and excellent for all students, but definitely address some of those areas where we have students showing up in a 7th grade classroom, showing up in, as juniors in high school who have those additional needs. I think when you mentioned, who is whispering in your ear, it resonated with me in a slightly different way, in that, the idea here is whose stories do we get to tell? What histories can we highlight? Some examples recently that we've created at Retro Report. We have a very new film looking at the fight over the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have a film that just published yesterday that looks at this conflict in the Panama Canal Zone in the 1960s between American high school students and Panamanian high school students, a dispute over which flag to fly at the park across the street from the high school. And Incidentally, that incident, which unfortunately turned deadly, over 20 people died in the sort of aftermath and conflict, directly leads to the United States a few years later deciding to cede control of the Panama Canal, eventually in 1999. But as we look at this, one of the things, and I know we have some amazing researchers in the room, and I know some of this won't come as a surprise to you folks, or maybe not others as well, but that this language development, vocabulary acquisition, often stems from content-specific courses, right? When students get high-quality instruction in social studies, when students get high-quality instruction in science, those are places where they're building the majority of their academic vocabulary, right? And what we know is that we've seen, as a social studies teacher, long time middle school and high school, students who come with very little content knowledge, very little academic vocabulary. We know that in part that stems from elementary schools for a long time trying to figure out how do we boost reading scores, right? It must mean more time strictly on literacy and less time teaching geography, less time teaching biology. And there are trickle-down effects to that. What we know is that we need high-quality content instruction all along the way, right? From kindergarten through 12th grade, before and beyond. All right, I'll stop there. Turn it over to Antonio.
Great picking up on that nonverbal cue, Tim. No, and Ben, I'm already giving you feedback. We need longer panel time because these people are awesome. And don't you want to just like have dinner with them and talk for like an hour because everybody's so impassioned. Antonio, senor.
All right. So you heard my story already of coming to school after attending, living in a language laboratory. So one of the things that kind of concerns me as being out in the field and hearing from educators is when someone says, Antonio has no language. Yes, we have language. I mean, I started school with no English, but I already had years of listening to telenovelas, I had already years of, ay, 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 vámonos, cabrón. I mean, just the singing and the chanting and the communication. And, I came with all that. And it took that guidance, that nurturing from teachers to experience that, to allow me that opportunity, right, to share my experiences and share my language, because that's who I was. That's who I am. So just recognize that, as an English learner, for example, I'm not conquering English yet. Give me some time. But work with me and give me that opportunity to not only hear the language, but what? Produce it as well. Because the one that's doing the talking is doing the thinking and the learning. And if I can talk in my home language, in my heritage language, and English, can you imagine all the thinking that I'm doing, all the learning that I'm doing? Yeah, it's set the foundation.
And all the connecting that you're doing with exponentially larger communities, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
10, is that? Okay, I was like, is that like a new way of showing me we're doing awesome up here? Or, okay, I got it. Okay, butterfly hands. Okay, so I've got a question. Just hearing all of us and, and the previous panels as well. I think right now with all the movement and success, and kudos to the movement that Reading League has. I mean, and again, after leaving the country for 7 years and coming back, it's amazing what they've been able to mobilize in terms of awareness and kind of this push for just an overhaul, really, of our instructional design. But as we know in education, where we go wrong is sometimes that pendulum is swinging, right? And so I think what I'm hearing as a theme is we are sort of on the brink here of, and I think maybe in some spaces it's already happened, where this sort of science of reading movement has become equated with just phonics, just PA. And people will put up Scarborough's rope, right? But what about all those other strands? What about the language elements? And so what would be the most radical way in your mind, in your dream world, okay? Okay, and 5 years from now, what would you like to see? Like one idea might be, and I'm just throwing it out there, but because I'm a disruptor, okay? I'm saying like National Reading League changes their name to Language and Literacy League, okay? Or something like that. Like how can we bring out the importance of oral language serving as the foundation for literacy? And what in your dream world could we do to elevate and lift up those strands? And because they're so misunderstood and underutilized.
I think we're on the precipice already. You know, Charles Hume and Maggie Snolling published the Reading is Language paper just this last year, with a lot of convergence of evidence around the 20 years post, actually 26 years post NRP now. I think ultimately, when you start to do enough work in the field, you start to see that we are all moving in the right direction, and that we're all starting to awaken to that deepening of the work. And for Terry and I, we work together actually. We're leaders with a language bias, and we're also leaders with a leadership bias. There are two big precipices we're on. How do we lead this work, and how do we infuse language into this work? And that means starting at birth, which is de-siloing of the work. So it's exciting. The work is moving in that direction. And I just have to give a nudge. You know, Hollis Scarborough never said language didn't come before the division of the rope. She actually says in the 2001 paper that oral language is the foundation to all of that rope is built on. And same with Goff and Tumner in The Simple View. We're swimming in language. We just didn't put it in the graphics.
Right. So in your imagined, like even NRP, right? Like I think of the most common visuals used with teachers. I'm sitting here thinking, okay, and then I got my screening measures. All my teachers are analyzing by those 5 pillars. They think vocab, I'm just going to teach vocab. They don't know that the root of that is all oral language development. And so even for our kinder, now I have sat on like panels where they're like, yeah, when you're in this longer grade levels, the intervention is not reading. The intervention is oral language development. How do we do that? You know, how do we lift that up? How do we make that more aware? How do we shift some of the graphics that have been used?
Well, and building on what Danielle said is everything is built on language. Hollis said it. Reed Lyon has said it. He testified in front of Congress saying the same thing. Everything is built on language. Word reading is built on language. And how do we do it? This is where our leadership bias comes into play. We've spent lifetimes training teachers, and we need to train teachers. And teachers change the lives of children. We're not about just changing the lives of some children. We are about changing entire systems, and you cannot do it until you get into the hearts and the minds and the souls and the intention of the people leading the buildings. Those are the ones that are going to change the systems. And we also have a bias that says we need policy. Yes, we do. Policy is the floor. Policy is the floor that says, okay, we put something out, usually no funding behind it, and then everybody falls to the policy. No, we have a bias that says, no, we are going to raise above the policy and lift the lid on leadership. Leaders are the ones that change systems.
Yep. Absolutely, absolutely. And for far too long, they've been left out of the conversation. But it's nobody's fault, because here's what I put together. All this research got funded through IDA and school psychs. And so it came out of SPED, right? So, okay, Tim and Antonio, yep.
Dave, but yep.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Dave.
okay. That's all right.
That's what I meant.
I will try to be the briefest on this answer. We'll see how I do. So I don't have answers to this question. I do have many more questions. So So my dream and vision is that we're able to ask at every single level, what does reading, writing, speaking, and listening look like in this classroom? I think the idea that policy is the floor is essential. And then the next question is, what is the training and professional development that educators need in order to do this well? Especially those who fancy themselves as content specialists as opposed to content generalists and pedagogues, right? I started my career 22-year-old right out of college working at a charter middle school on the edge of downtown Minneapolis where 85% of my students were Somali immigrant and refugees. I had students in my classroom, 7th graders, some who read at a post-high school level and some who had been in a refugee camp in Kenya like a month before. And it was 30 students, that's your spectrum, teach them. And that was hard. Right? And trying to figure out what are the skills that we need to build in educators in order to meet that span, because that span is what American classrooms look like.
Yep, and we have to lift up and emphasize the needs of our secondary teachers and our college instructors who are struggling. Let's finish it.
And that's being, thank you so much for
Let's do
saying
it.
that. So it's kind of a wish now. Well, it is a wish. It's a desire. It's a dream. I don't think we've done a very good job of including, and Ben's talking about breaking down silos. What about higher ed? We all need to be working on this together, right? So Danita mentioned about my work that I did in Mississippi, working with faculty members. It was such a wonderful experience because we were all, right? We were all talking the same talk. We were all teaching our pre-service teachers about the psychology of reading. So why not start off right off the bat? The minute that our pre-service teachers become in-service teachers, they already have this background, and to include leadership as well.
Look super cool. Okay. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. So to include leadership as well. Yeah. So when I have my my superintendency certificate, it's shameful that I did not take a class on literacy or on instruction to get my superintendency.
Yes. Okay.
But we know a lot more now. So
yes.
let's just say let's harp on the future. Let's move forward.
Yeah. All right. So last question. Okay. I feel like so privileged right now that I'm able to like pose the question, but I bet you all have like a thing that you're like, ooh, but I want to say this. They're like looking at me. They're like, yeah. Go for it. Should we do like a last word? Let's do a last word.
We'll do a last word.
Yeah.
So there is something in the science called the Peter effect that says you cannot teach what you do not know. You cannot speak the words you do not have. So if you don't have the words inside of you, you cannot speak the words. And words are what makes us have relationships. And words are how I control my behaviors with others. I cannot speak what I do not know. I have to get words on my own by reading them, and I have to get words by people speaking them to me and over me.
If we understood systems thinking, which comes from systems thinking at MIT, Peter Senge, Daniela Meadows, I love the idea that I think we've been living in systems ignorance. We have so much system intelligence. There are so many great researchers doing work around what works and how to do it. And we have filmmakers making films about it. It's that there are many that are living in system ignorance. They don't see those intelligent systems. So we have to break down the silos. I would love to see when the staff and the teachers who teach birth to 3 are talking to the preschool teachers, are talking to the kindergarten teachers, and the leaders across all those domains are talking. It's been my lifelong work to watch those conversations happen, and it's hard work still. Yet those are the systems that can teach us so much about how to move this work forward. Because when they're, again, to Nadine's point, that beginning fragility, it's where they're most vulnerable, and we catch them then, we can change the trajectory. So that system intelligence has already been stated, so let's navigate towards it.
And when
Beautiful.
the system breaks down, I've been at the other end, seeing what happens when systems break down. Prior to being in education, I worked with the Department of Justice. As a federal agent and doing undercover work, I got to see that's actually what led me to education. Long story. But what I got to see were men. At the time, there were about 600 men who were being taught how to read. Because at the time, we had policy that if anyone entered the prison system without a high school diploma, they had to leave with a GED. Well, how can you leave with a GED if you can't read? Over 600 men in just one facility who were reading at about the second grade level. Now, mind you, this was years ago. We didn't know about dyslexia, but not only that, what about the systems? So that being said, that's what happens when systems break down.
Okay, Tim, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Go for it. Last
My
word.
name is David Olson. No, my last word here, I think, is hopefully appropriate for the setting of the Sundance Film Festival. It's that stories have real power, right? Whether it's the sort of personal testimony we heard from folks like Antonio or Nellie or Tim this morning, whether it's the media and storytelling that we've heard about from people like Tanya or in Ben's classroom, we need to find storytellers, we need to empower storytellers, and stories belong in classrooms, they belong at home, they belong in places like hospitals and prisons and everywhere else. So my hope today with an entire group of folks who fancy themselves as storytellers that you are empowered and emboldened to leave here and continue telling stories.
Absolutely. Awesome. She's got one more thing. While she's formulating. Oh, go, go for it.
Language
Oh.
is the activation of genius.
Ooh.
Period.
All right. Awesome. And with that, let's give them a huge round of applause. Weren't they the most amazing? Oh, yeah, we got to get a selfie.
All right, okay. It's the last time you'll see me today. I'll share the facts first, and then I'll get a little personal. The gentleman who's approaching the stage right now, his name is Edward Irving Wirtis, better known by the pen name Avi, who is an American author of young adult and children's literature. He won the Newbery Medal in 2003 for Crispin the Cross of Lead and was a runner-up in 1991 and 92. He is, those are the facts. Also, fun fact, he happens to be my boyfriend's father. So I never knew. So I am so honored to introduce you today to Avi, who will read a passage from his new book. Thank you.
I'll pick it up. I will. Thank you. I'm one of the few people who write fiction around here, apparently. So, and I've won lots of awards. And recently, I got one of the best awards I ever received. When a fourth grader wrote to me, she had read one of my books, and she said, "It was so good, I couldn't go to the bathroom." I should tell you, by the way, I'm dysgraphic. And somewhere in my high school years, the English teacher called my folks, I think it was at the end of my second year, and told my parents that I was the worst student he ever had. So things have changed since then. So, and I was sharing with Tanya one of the great pieces of advice I received from an older mentor when I was still in college, and I asked him to read my work. And I said, "What do you think about it?" He said, "Well, Avi, It takes a heap of manure to make a flower grow. This is my most recent book. It's, forgive me, my 80th novel. And I like it. Anyway, it takes place in Colorado, end of the 19th century. And it's about two brothers who live in this tiny mining town called Gatchett's Gulch. And they hate living there with their widowed mother. And they're looking for a way to escape. And one day, their dog, who's on the cover of this book, disappears into a cave above this mining community. They've just gone in, found that a rattlesnake in front of a narrow cave, and they think their dog has gone into it. So they want to get the dog out. Gus handed 2 of the candles and the matches to Alice, but kept one. As soon as Poco sees me, and he will because I have light, he'll come out. Watch. The next second, he was on his hands and knees right before the hole, while somehow managing to hold up his candle in his fist. Come on, he called, light it. I said, I don't. He twisted around to look up at Alice. See, he's always big brothering me. Here's what we do. You and Alice each hold one of my legs. If I see the snake, I'll give a kick. Drag me out fast, okay? Come on, light the candle. Before I could do anything, Alice lit one of Gus's candles. It burned a small yellow flame. On his belly, arms out straight, the lit candle sticking up in one fist, Gus began to wiggle into the hole, grabbing with his free hand, pushing with his toes. It didn't take long for him to be mostly inside. Only his feet stuck out, which Alice and I were holding. I was thinking, this is bad. This is not good. Then abruptly, Gus gave a kick, and suddenly we were no longer holding on to him. I shouted into the hole, Gus! No answer. Gus, you all right? Answer. No reply. Gus! Frightened, Alice and I looked at each other. A flurry of barks sounded. What's that mean? Said Alice. I said, I have to go in. Light another wick. I laid down on my belly and held out a hand. As soon as Alice lit a candle and gave it to me, I stretched my candle-holding hand as far into the hole as I could and began to squirm forward, pushing with elbows and toes, trying to grab onto the wet ground with my free hand. I hadn't gone far when Poco suddenly appeared, blocking my way. Even as I backed out, the dog popped free, and once out of the tunnel, he became wildly excited, barking, tail whipping, prancing around, jumping on me, on Alice, trying to lick our faces and hands. I pushed the happy mutt aside, then got back on my knees and called into the tunnel. Gus, Paco got free. Come on. You can come out now. There was no answer. And if you want to know what happens, there are books dumped all over this place, and apparently you're welcome to take them. So I get no royalty for that. So anyway, I'm a storyteller, and if I can keep kids from going to the bathroom, I think that's a good thing, you know? Thanks so much.
Yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. Thank you, Avi. What an honor it is to have such a great storyteller amongst us. And that's what it's about. That's why we're here, to celebrate the storytellers of the world and to create an environment where more people can enjoy it. more people can enjoy those stories. So it's been a long morning. Thank you, everybody that's been up here. It is lunchtime. After lunch, we're going to be kind of going in the direction of expansion with AI, the future. We have some exciting clips. Juju Chang is in the house, who's going to be moderating a panel first, and then thanks for coming. And then we've got Sam Whitaker, who is also moderating a panel. And but first, let's eat, because I'm hungry. I bet everybody else is too. So I think, when do we start up again? 1:15 we start up again. So congregate back here. There's lots of things happening on Main Street if you want to go enjoy it too. So I will see you soon. And again, thank you, everybody, for coming. Yeah.
It's all about storytelling. So I'd like to invite all my storytellers who are part of this panel to come on up. Well, wait. Thank you. Thank you, Burton. All right, everybody. So Molly Ness is going to kick us off with this next thing. Get some stage lights up here. Avi's coming forward. I won't make a mess this time that I have to clean up. And it's our last time to have you up here.
It's on. It's on. Hello, hello. Boy, Sundance was never on my professional bingo card, so it's pretty exciting to be up here. My name is Molly Ness. I've been, of course.
I'm just gonna. We were gonna do a video, but that's gonna be later.
The brain will be coming later.
The glass brain. Yes! I think we want to see the glass brain.
Glass brain.
Okay. Sorry for the technical slowdown, but we'll watch a video of the glass brain that Melina did, and then we will do the panel. Okay, great. We'll wait. Okay. Sorry, everybody.
My name is Molly Ness. I've been in the literacy space for about 30 years, teacher, university professor, reading researcher, but I didn't really step into an advocacy role until 2019 when I came across research about book access. So we've been saying so many times today, literacy and justice for all, but I also actually think of it as literacy and access for all, because book access, not just print book, but digital book access, is a kind of staggering statistics around it. 32 million American kids live in areas that are book deserts, where they have a hard time getting access to print or digital resources, either in their homes or schools or communities. There's a fantastic study, which if you're interested in reading it, reach out to me, where researchers went in acting like they were children in summer months. How hard would it be for them to get books in their communities? They literally walked the streets and went into shops and just to find out what was going on with book access. And in Washington, D.C., they chose two neighborhoods, a high-poverty neighborhood and a middle-income neighborhood. And they found that in the high-poverty neighborhood, one book was there for 300 kids, meaning that's how difficult it was for kids to get books. So pretty staggering statistics around book access. And that's the story that I wanted to tell. I started it in a podcast in 2019 called End Book Deserts. So I'm thrilled to have people up here today who are contributing to the work to give access to stories. So I'm going to first ask you to just tell us the work that you're doing in getting access to books and print digital resources and how you are working in your field. And I'll start first of all with Nicole, who is the Chief Academic Officer at Hatch Early Learning. Tell us about the work that Hatch and yourself are doing around access. Sure. So we are predominantly in the early learning space. So for all of you earlier who mentioned that it does start at birth, we fully agree. And we are all about providing those digital purposeful practice opportunities for children to better arm teachers with progress monitoring data, really helping guide that early intervention to correct the bottleneck before they get to kindergarten. And so right now, in terms of access, when we speak about books, living in a digital space, right? If we can open up access through ebooks on a large scale, that's really where we believe we'll be able to make a strong impact.
I'm going to let Avi go because I've already shared.
You really should have my wife here, not me. She is a publisher of sorts. She created a publishing company called Breakfast Cereals, Serials. And before newspapers collapsed, she was getting writers to write stories which was serialized in newspapers. and she reached millions of readers in that way. More recently, she's taken the same concept and put it on Substack. And every week, she publishes another chapter of a story. And it's called Breakfast Cereals. And you might want to look at it because it touches on some of these things we're talking about, access and so forth and so on. And next time, if you're lucky, you'll have her here, not me. So.
Well, we're feeling pretty lucky we have you here now.
You're stuck with me. There you go.
So in the panel right before lunch, all about language, I think our last speaker left us with the idea that stories have power. So I'm interested in the work around getting your stories to children. What are you guys doing? And what are ideas that our audience can take with them to get more stories to children?
Well, over the course of my career, I've visited hundreds of schools and invited in by teachers and principals and so forth, and talking about schools and trying to talk to them about writing and how it happens. One of the things, if you interview young people about writers, to the extent that they know about them, they have a very clear class concept, a gender concept of writers, a race concept, and in almost all cases, they're wrong. And being with young people and explaining who I am, and I can show them my school papers, which are scrawled over by teachers' red marks and things like that. It's kind of empowering. And these days, I don't visit as many schools. I do a lot of virtual visiting. And mainly it's to get them to ask questions about works and try to explain to them if they've read a book of mine that I wrote 20 years ago. They know that book a lot better than I do, which always makes them incredulous, but it's true. But mainly to share my own love of reading, why I find reading exciting, why I read every day, and in the same context, why I write the kinds of books I do, which hopefully are exciting. I mean, I read an excerpt for you and left you hanging in that way. That's the way I write my books. And one of the reasons it's a form that I don't think I heard mentioned today. I grew up in the 1940s, and I listened to the radio all the time. And I listened to kids' radio shows. If you want to quiz me on the Lone Ranger or Sky King or Jack Armstrong, I can sing the Wheaties song for you if you'd like. And these were narratives, I mean, not of literary merit, but I listened to them day after day, and they were stories. And when I was writing an homage to them, I wrote a book, Who Is That Masked Man Anyway? And it's a book 100% in dialogue. It's my homage to radio and the way I listened. But it might interest you because it describes how I first began to tell stories. I had a good friend, and I remembered these radio stories, and I would narrate our adventures. Okay, you go down the corner and look around, and then come back and tell me you saw a spy. And he would do that. And then I would say, okay, now we creep down and we try to trap him. And we would narrate these stories. And that's the way I began to tell stories. And in that book, if you're interested, it's called Who Is That Masked Man Anyway? And it's a description of how one learns to tell stories. I was read to as a kid from a very early age. I will challenge anyone to match early picture books with my memory of your memory. I know many of them. I was read to. There was a local library in my neighborhood. I could walk to it. I had a library card. There were used bookstores. I could buy books for 25 cents, and so forth and so on. So I was surrounded by stories. And what happened, very simply, I learned to look at the world as a continuum of stories. And so people say, well, how do you write so much? Because there's stories everywhere. And if you talk to people, they'll tell you stories. It may be a joke. Think about a joke as a form of story. They'll tell you gossip. Gossip is a form of story. And if you build upon that, you're a storyteller. Everybody has stories, and everybody tells stories. I meet somebody here. What do you do for a living? Why are you here? Oh, tell me something. They'll tell you a story. We're all storytellers. And someone once suggested, I wish I remember who, the way we connect is through stories. And all the work that you're doing brings people to stories. And what does that do for people? It engages the reader to other people. That's what we need in this world, right? So.
Yeah, thank you. How do I get access? I guess primarily schools, schools and libraries. And I try to meet the reader where they are and try to delight them. And I am obviously an educator, so in the back of my mind, I am thinking about fluency. I am thinking about reading comprehension. I am thinking about phonemic awareness. I am thinking about all of those things. So I try to infuse lessons into, story is a lesson. I think the idea around education and storytelling is that ultimately you want to leave a viewer or an audience member changed in some way. You want to leave them improved in some way. You want to help advancement. And I try to do that in ways that are maybe a little unexpected. So for example, I knew that vocabulary is an important thing. So like on the cover of every Harriet book, if you look really hard, there's a little word on the cover of each book. And that's my idea of getting children delighted about, ooh, what's the next, where's the word? And they learn something almost unbeknownst to them. They learn a new word. So I'm also doing things, at the library, the Boston Public Library, when I get back to Boston, where sure, we're going to talk about Harriet, but I'm also going to fluency, right? So there's a really fun route to fluency is to play different characters. So I'm going to write a little play about Harriet. I'm probably going to choose one of these chapters, and kids are going to be able to act out these chapters, so that someone can be Harriet, someone can be Nana, someone can be Charlie or Barbara, and it's an unexpected way, I think, to get at those 5 tenets. And so, yeah, I try to meet them where they are, and I really try to delight them and give them something a little unexpected.
And Nicole, I know so much of what Hatch does is digital access, but equally important, how are you working to get stories into the hands of children and families?
Sure. So I think of this stories, yes, we bring them, and also students being agents of their own storytelling, which you both are touching on. One of my favorite stories to share that I'm most proud of, we partner predominantly with schools. So we worked in Black Belt Community Foundation outside of Selma, Alabama. We partner with a lot of schools to get grants to help with this access. So the broadband grant was able to bring broadband to 7 schools. And along with that grant, we were able to bring this table. They actually have 20 of those tables in their schools. And that table is designed to create small group communities of practice, if you will, where children engage with stories aligned to standards, aligned to CASEL's social emotional learning competencies. So they're building that skill set, practicing those skills, developing them, while they are also experimenting with oral language. It's recording. So we can also see that children are telling their own story alongside being consumers of story.
So one of the headlines this fall that kept me up at night was, among many, was the declining rates of reading for pleasure. We have some pretty sobering statistics that show that not only are children reading less, but adults are reading less. There was a study that came out this summer that 40%, less than 40% of parents found reading aloud to their child pleasurable or enjoyable. So we're having this dual crisis, not just of challenges of literacy, the ability to read, but also illiteracy, the intentional choice not to read. So I'm interested in your thoughts around how we build reading motivation and engagement for kids and families. What can we do to address those declining statistics?
I'm a great, great believer. Is this on?
Want to trace this one?
I'm a great believer in reading out loud. At home, if it's possible. At school, where it's absolutely possible. That said, I've been in schools where principals have said no story reading in schools because the kids are sitting there doing nothing. I've heard that said. But the power of reading out loud is huge. At a certain point when I was visiting schools a lot, I went and took voice lessons. I learned in acting school how to project my voice, how to stand when I spoke, how to deliver a talk or reading a story. At one point, I created a readers' theater with a bunch of other writers, and we toured, and it was exciting for the audiences, exciting for the writers to share their stories directly. But if you can read to people, adults, kids, it's enormously powerful. Choose books that are good to read. There's some books which are fine, but they're not good to read aloud just because of the complexity of the language or lack of suspense. Choose your books. There are guides to good books to read out loud. Everywhere you can, read aloud to someone. It's powerful, powerful, powerful.
I also think reading for pleasure can be framed as being a very practical thing. So in other words, reading, we're talking a lot about AI and all the things. And the truth of the matter is, if you can't, in order to harness the full power of AI, you want to be a reader. You want to be a writer. You want to be a critical thinker so that you can know what to ask and the nuance of asking and how to ask and how to frame questions. That's really, framing reading as not a nice to have, but really a must have in this time is, I think, crucial and an opportunity. Also, the role of imagination in storytelling and creativity and reading. If I had my druthers, all I would do every day is like read books. And imagination is something that we all have. We have it available to us 24 hours a day. It is free, and it is the best problem-solving tool that we have. And if we can frame books and storytelling and reading as portals to one's imagination, and if we can, even remind adults that I'll talk about that a lot. That imagination is not only relegated to children. It shouldn't be. It is the most powerful tool we have. So the AI and the imagination, the books are portals to those two very practical parts of life can be powerful, I think.
I think for us, we really get to enjoy creating joyful learning experiences for children with these digital tools. And so for us, engagement, it's more about making sure that the engagement is tied to evidence-proven tools and research-backed tools. There's a lot out there. So making sure that we're standards aligned and we can track that skill development and progress monitor throughout, that's really the sweet spot for us, right? Engagement with evidence.
So we're at a unique, first of all, it's so great to hear you talk about the joy in all of you in reading, because I think that's often left out of the conversation in schools. We're at a unique moment in the literacy landscape when you think about how many eyes are on the conversation. State legislatures, documentary filmmakers. It seems, you can open up the cover of the New York Times is doing big stories about literacy. What gives you hope at this particular moment in the literacy landscape about literacy, about these conversations that are happening? Please.
All of the conversations around focusing on proficiencies and what our students can do and what they are already born with oral language. I think that today has really, someone mentioned earlier, started us off with the spark, and hearing all of that, it's so true. And what I get to enjoy every day is hearing from our partners in school systems around, okay, I heard this great story from one of our special ed teachers in Jersey City Public Schools. He's got a group of nonverbal kiddos, and he is now able to indicate what his students can do through the use of our tools. And that right there, I think focusing on the proficiencies and building and growing is really where we need to be. We can see the negative all throughout.
I think there might be an opportunity too to focus on reading, reading and mental health. So I started to, like I mentioned earlier, interview children who read Harriet of Harlem. Some of them are on medication for ADHD. Some are on the spectrum. And one little girl said to me, one of the reasons why she liked to read was because it calmed her down. And I think about the level of stimulation just all day, every day. I mean, we all have it in our pockets. And then, we know this sort of mental health sort of epidemic happening. And I think that, again, if we could take this, as a very sort of enjoyable tool and a learning tool, but make it also very practical, how it's really going to impact your life physically, or improve it, could also be an opportunity.
In all this great talk that I've heard today, one of the things I haven't heard much is the fun of reading. You read to a child and they laugh. It's a very great moment. Or they recreate the story on their own terms. But I, as a reader, all my life I've been a reader, it's because I love it. I love the stories. It's so much fun to engage and sort of drift into a story and shut out the rest of the world, even as I'm re-entering it through my reading. But let's step a little bit back from the solemnity of the problem and talk about the sheer pleasure of what reading does and brings. And when you can do that with a child, you're giving them an extraordinary gift of just, this is fun, and I'm going to do some more of it.
And your work over so many years and 80 books has brought that joy and that excitement to so many readers. So thank you for that.
I should say, on the other hand, I got a letter from this girl who had read The True Confessions of Charlotte Dole. She said, you really inspired me. I also ran away from my home, so.
Before I pose one final question, I actually want to share for you something that brings me joy in this moment of literacy landscape. And everybody in the room, you are the first people to hear this. So exciting news that on March 2nd, which is World Read Aloud Day, Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey is proposing a bill to the Senate floor that is called Open Doors, Open Books. And I'll read you just a little bit of the legislation. It's a 28-page document that has bipartisan support. And the goal of it is to expand equitable access to age-appropriate literacy materials, programs, and family engagement in reading, especially in underserved communities, and strengthen the connection between literacy and long-term academic and economic success. So again, this is going to be proposed March 2nd, which is World Read Aloud Day. So this is my call to action, which is actually the next thing I'm going to ask our panelists, is to call your local representatives, give them a heads up that this bill is coming, and ask for their support of it, and reach out if you're interested in finding out more about this legislation. But with those final moments, I'd love to use this time to say, we're all about to go our own different ways, back through the snow, back through the ice, and what is the call to action you want us to take with us as we return to our work and our communities?
I would like every classroom to have their own library in which kids can help themselves to whatever they want. And then I want teachers to be reading to kids. Between the two, it will help a great deal in getting kids to read.
I think I've mentioned before, I think unorthodox mashups are fun and interesting and unexpected.
I love hearing families mentioned in what you just read. I think we need to continue leaning on families and communities as a whole tribe to really get reading back into the forefront, and really partnering with schools to help bring them back into the mix.
So I think because we're going to finish a couple minutes early, would it make sense to do the brain video now? Melina, would you like the 3 minutes? Final. All right, here's your time to one thing that we don't know about your work that we haven't already heard, or one thing that is exciting about your future work. You'll start?
I'll go, sure. I think what's most exciting right now is, of course, we all know, AI is on the scene, and for us, we are trying to make sure that we are very cautious and calculated with how we introduce it, less with students, but most in how we can really support teachers synthesize the data that they get from our tools to lighten that load. So that's something very exciting that we're working on and excited to share.
So one thing I'm really, really, really excited about is something called Learn with Harriet. And it is a suite of some of the solutions that I've shared here today, and the idea of partnering with schools so that kids can literally learn with Harriet. And it's very literacy focused, it is very family engagement focused, it's for K to 5, and I have been having the time of my life working on all the things under the Learn with Harriet, learnwithharriet.com and world. I wrote the book, but I've like kind of just expanded the world in a way that my hope is that it will be gratifying for kids, but it certainly has been exciting for me to create.
My job is just to write books, so I just published one. There's another one scheduled for next year. I'm working on a couple more, and if I can just make them good, that's good enough for me.
Well, you seem to have a pretty good track record of making them good, so we will all look forward to the work that you are all putting into the world in terms of literacy advocacy. Thank you so much for your work, and thank you for being on this panel.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you to our panelists. It's true, right? We all have stories to share. We all have stories to share. And how do we get our thought across, our point across? What a wonderful way, sharing our stories, sharing what it's all about. So let's get ready for our next panel, right? Or are we doing the movie right now? Oh, panel?
We're doing the Melina's Brain movie is going to be during her panel.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll hold off on the video, and let's go ahead and get on the next panel, Framing the Silent Crisis, Documentaries as Catalysts for Literacy Reform. Who's leading that? Juju Chang, Anna Toomey, Jeff Martin, Jenny McKenzie, Liz Woody Remington. All right. Beautiful. Just one thing I was going to say with Evie, the 80 books that you've written, and you have another one scheduled, and I have problems just returning emails. But anyway, okay.
Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Juju Chang. I am the co-anchor of ABC News Nightline. But here on this stool, I am here in my capacity as one of the executive producers of a little documentary called Left Behind, which is about dyslexia in New York City public schools and the curriculum that was fought for by a group of moms. So that's why I'm here. And we are here as a panel to talk about how data can inform, but stories can transform. And this is a group that has done that in the most powerful way with their stories of education, of literacy, of dyslexia, of school programming. And so I want to just give each person an opportunity to talk about their documentaries, but also give you guys, since this is Sundance, a sense of their process. I also want to thank Ben and Burton here, because I genuinely believe that you can clap, that's good. Because I genuinely believe that convening power is a superpower. And the fact that we're here in this room, meeting each other, talking to each other, sharing ideas, is an incredibly powerful force. So thank you for being here. Thank you for convening us. So I'm going to start with my friend Anna Toomey, who was at Good Morning America, and we did a bunch of stories together. And she brought me in on her fabulous documentary. I'm going to impose on each of you to stand up when you speak, because I was sitting there unable to see the speakers from the back. So stand up, Anna, if you don't mind, I know. So I told the story briefly, but tell me about what the inspiration was for Left Behind and what your process was like.
So I think, like many of you, I got into this because my son is dyslexic, and when he was misbehaving in first grade, he was discouraged, embarrassed, and angry. And when you start to get into the school system and realize, wait, you're not asking the right questions. You're not saying, wait, he can't read. You're telling me that he's hitting kids. You're telling me he's angry, but you're not telling me why. And so I was at ABC at the time, and I just continued to do research on sort of why are we not diagnosing our children for dyslexia, and why do we not have the educational support for them. And statistics that I came across were shocking, that 50% of incarcerated individuals are dyslexic, 20% of the population dyslexic, and we know how to teach these kids. So I felt like when I started my production company, this is a story I had to tell. It just seemed unbelievable that we have this solution of how to teach kids, and yet we're not doing it. Not only dyslexic children, but really all children. So I found an article about these moms who were setting out to start the first public school for dyslexic children in the South Bronx. And we follow the hurdles that they had to overcome, both personally in their lives, with their own children, and then also getting the school built.
It was an incredible piece of filmmaking because she got to stay with these moms and see the story unfold. And it's really a David and Goliath kind of story of how it happened. But also, the clip I think you're about to show talks about how when you can't read, it leads to you being pigeonholed in a certain way, and especially if you are labeled a behavior problem or something. Should we talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, so, we follow one mom and her son, Fatima and Adam, and, she talks about he's this gregarious, wonderful, courageous, curious kid who suddenly is turning into, somebody who feels shame, somebody who is angry, and it's not her child. And she, throughout the film, we see her pleading to get help for him and continually denied by the public school system. And she fights up through the end. You'll have to see the movie to see what happens. But, these are the mothers that I talk to across the country. And it's these kids that really, they're talking about the behavioral issues, and they're getting suspended from school, sent to special education where they're not going to learn how to read. And you see sort of the progression of these kids changing, so you can see how the school to prison pipeline is just a direct course.
Yeah, let's take a look at the clip. I think there's a magical screen that is about to.
That would be me.
Okay, it's going to come down. We also, on this film, had the benefit of having Larry Mullen Jr., who is the drummer of a little band called U2, and his son has dyslexia, and so he composed music for the opening and closing of the film. Yeah, good thing I'm vamping for you. And tell us, Anna, where the film premiered and how many festivals it's been at.
So we premiered at Woodstock Film Festival in 2024 and did Doc NYC, Melbourne International Film Festival. We're in a couple more this year, which will come out a little bit later. And we just got nominated for an NAACP Image Award for Best Documentary.
Woohoo! Okay, are you really going to hold it the whole time? Ben, you're a hero. Ben's a hero. Okay, let's play the clip.
Somebody else needs to start the video because I can't do that. Oh my goodness! Lights, Xander. That's an angry text from your boss. Lights down, please. We're on it.
You didn't answer my question. Adam told the teacher, I don't have any pens or paper in the house. My son is lying saying, oh, I can't do the writing activity because I don't have pen and paper. And he didn't want to show his work because he knew he would have to read. And for the first time, I see my child have shame. And this boy has no shame. He is boastful, he's bold, he's competitive. My kid is trying to learn how to camouflage himself. And that's sad. Like if you ask Adam, what his favorite thing is to do. I like lunch and recess and playing with my friends because everything else, guess what? It has words and letters, and he doesn't understand any of that. If Adam turns into getting upset or angry or frustrated when he can't read in class, he's gonna be seen as he's acting out, we should suspend him. And then it just compounds into more things, more things, more things.
Our kids are in there making executive decisions about how they want to show up in the world. They're put in a situation where survival says, I'll just be quiet. And that's when kids get ignored. Imagine being a child in 7th grade and you can't really read, or you struggle to read. You can do it, but it's tough. It's grinding, and it's embarrassing. You have all these kids around you, and here you are, you can barely sound out the word cat, and they call on you. What you supposed to do? The kids will do anything to avoid that situation. In fact, after a while, they realize I can't afford to get in that situation to begin with. They cut up before they even get to class. They cut up 5 minutes in the class. Before you call on me, I'm gonna prevent this whole thing from popping off. We can cuss, we can fuss, we can fight, we can argue, anything, but I'm not gonna let this lady call on me and embarrass me in front of all these kids. No. That's not gonna happen.
Thank you so much, Ben. That was heroic. I appreciate that. As Anna referred to, you see the shame spiral that illiteracy can cause. And we'll get to Jeff's film in a minute because you see adults who can't read and the impact on poverty and other life issues. But because Kareem Weaver was in that clip, I just want to bring in another film and another filmmaker, Jenny McKenzie. She has a film called The Right to Read, which also uses Kareem Weaver to help weave the story, so to speak. And you and I were talking earlier about how you believe in character-driven narratives to illuminate these issues. So tell us about The Right to Read and sort of the journey that your characters take.
Do you want me to do the deep squat and
Please,
stand
no,
up?
stand up, yes.
Ooh. Ah.
Well done.
Okay.
Trunk strength is everything.
Yeah, exactly. The core, the core. Kareem is our main protagonist, actually, in the film. And bringing this film to the screen was such a labor of love. Every documentary is a labor of love. Anna now knows this. She's part of the tribe. But I am...
And labor can be painful.
Oh. You do. Right on, girl. It truly can. But I had a film here at Sundance. I'm an alumni in 2018, and I was approached by a stakeholder who said, we have a literacy crisis. I would love to give you development funding and make a film about early reading and how kids in our country are not learning to read. So I had this unusual situation, which I think all of us can say is extremely rare to have development funding that comes to you. And so I had to, I was all in. I was diagnosed with dyslexia when I was 14, but had a family that had the resources to support me, which was so incredible. And I sort of took a step back and said, how can we tell this story? It is really characters. Documentaries are, I believe, compassion machines. And the camera, in an unusual way, is able to truly intimately bring us into people's lives in a very unusual way that I think can be highly impactful. And it makes us feel. It makes us feel. It gives us the opportunity to truly walk in someone else's shoes. And then I think when we feel and empathize, we get fired up and we want to take action and we want to do something about that issue. So for me, it was finding the families and figuring out how we could figure out a way to bring this issue to the screen. And so through people probably in this room, shout outs to the Reading League, to so many of you that we have partnered with. We had an incredible partnership with the NAACP as well. But we sort of cast our net far and wide, and we looked for families. And then about a year into our pre-production process, we met Kareem. And he is a true warrior. He had just filed a petition with the Oakland School Board, and he was fired up about it, and it had some very clear demands, looking at the science of reading and asking for evidence-based curriculum in the Oakland schools. So it was kind of, the timing was sort of perfect. You know, we agreed to collaborate with Kareem, and he was just, you know, I think he's a protagonist in our film that you truly care about. And then we got lucky. A year into production, we filmed with Emily Hanford with her first podcast that was out. And so it just sort of, the timing, early literacy was, you were probably reporting about it all the time. It was sort of top of the fold New York Times once a week. So timing was everything. And I think the variety of stories, I think Harvey and I were talking, just that, you know, this is like the food crisis. We can't have enough podcasts, we can't have enough stories, we can't have enough documentaries that really talk about this issue from different points of views. We followed 3 remarkable families and a teacher, and I think you get to know these families in a really deep way. And I just feel so lucky that they let us in. And then we got super lucky with our impact campaign. And Yenny Lee, are you here? Giant shout out to you. She ran an amazing 2-year impact campaign. We had over 300,000 views. We premiered at Santa Barbara in 2003. We won several festivals. But really, the impact campaign, allowing this film to be seen for free, really having amazing media response around it. Just, I think we were so happy to be a part of this movement.
I think I read on your website that it's free on YouTube. Is that right?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so getting it into the hands of educators, getting it not just you know, into the hearts and minds of folks, but really being able to partner not just with corporations but with educators on this is so vital.
Absolutely, to hold community screenings, to talk about it. I mean, I think the panel before, and I saw sort of on the great page that Burton and Dan put together for this event, but you know, what is the call to action? The call to action is to be able to see these films, read things, you know, access Tanya's book, and talk about it, right? Discussions have to happen.
And the fact that Kareem Weaver of the NAACP in Oakland is both in your film and yours, he frames illiteracy as a civil rights issue,
Absolutely.
as a social justice issue,
Absolutely.
and even one step further, as a public health issue.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, really, it's that was sort of the piece of our narrative, that early literacy is a civil rights issue. It's our greatest civil rights challenge, right?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank
doing the Deep
you.
Squad. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Jeff, I guess it's your turn.
We have a clip too.
Oh, should we
Juju.
play the
So
clip?
do you
Yes.
want to
Thank
play
you
it
for the
now?
reminder. Yeah, let's play it now.
Yeah. Can I just say, as they're firing it up and as Dan's
Yes,
doing
please
his
do.
Deep
Yeah, yeah,
Squad,
yeah.
I think, you know, with
Well
this,
done.
With this panel, for me, I'm a social scientist who became a filmmaker 24 years ago. But data, and I mean, I am an activist, right? I think everyone in this room of the literacy warriors are activists. And data is so critical, right? The science that we have, the numbers that we have are so critical. And for me, it was figuring out, how do you share the science of reading, which is really complicated, right? When you look at brain science and understand it, and how do you share it in a tight, pithy way so that we have the information on the voyage of this documentary and then can get into these families' lives and Kareem, our main protagonist, right? So, yeah.
Here we go.
Reading is the basis upon which all other academic learning is built. So reading is basically going to determine so many things about how the rest of your school career goes. We have a lot of people who struggle to read, And it's kind of amazing if you look at just the basic data, like why aren't we screaming and yelling about this?
There is one test that is given across all of America called the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP. It's the only test that we have that is given consistently across the nation. We've been giving it for decades, and what it shows is, unfortunately, mostly unchanged. We are failing about 2/3 of our children. NAEP is not a perfect test, but NAEP is telling us something essential. The data reveal a truth that we cannot ignore.
So let's just take a look at the idea of just basic. Who can read at a basic level? Well, we are in a situation where like 1/3 of our 4th graders cannot even read at a basic level. That is a lot of kids. And it is even worse, way more shocking, if you look at kids of color. Nearly half of kids of color in 4th grade cannot read at a basic level.
And then I'm wondering, well, what's wrong with me? Maybe it's my family. Maybe I'm too poor. Maybe I'm too black, too brown. Maybe it's because I speak a different language. Maybe because they went through too much. There's too much trauma. Maybe it's me. Parents have no idea. The root of the problem is that children are being taught in a way that is not working. If it was a minority issue, then all these soccer moms wouldn't be spending $20,000, $30,000 to send their kids to private tutoring because they didn't learn how to read in school. Kids of all races are struggling to read. The issue is who has the resources to deal with it.
So what we have in this country are a lot of well-to-do kids who are getting the help they need, and what happens is we just don't see, in some ways, the problem with the instruction because of that.
I'm trying to enlist everybody's help because it's not just my community. It's the suburbs. It's the rural areas. It's cities all across the country. And when parents send their babies to school, I want them to ask teachers, principals, school boards, how are you teaching reading? Is it aligned with the research consensus and the science?
Thank you, Jenny. That was brilliant. Okay, so Jeff, you can stay standing. Jeff has done multiple impact campaigns. He was talking about the soul-sucking process of fundraising earlier today. He has a film called Sentenced, and it talks about how literacy is a life sentence and can push you into poverty, put you on the margins, and you profile people from across the country in different places. And you have a little-known narrator named Steph Curry, and he and his lovely wife Aisha became executive producers. Tell us about all of it.
Oh, well, COVID did me a favor, or I would have tried to make her movie, and that would have been a big mistake because you did a great job. And one of the heroes of my life is the school teacher in your film. One of my other heroes is sitting right here. We set out to make a documentary on the crisis of early childhood literacy in America. And we were entering a prison as a guest of Prison Fellowship in Houston the next week, except for COVID shut down the prison. And scratching our heads about what kind of film we're going to make if we couldn't have any access to anybody anywhere in any buildings. One of the co-directors of the film, a guy named Mark Allen Johnson, said, I know this guy named Fuji out in South Central Los Angeles who can't read, is raising a family, is getting by. Let's go meet him. Let's go hang out. And after spending multiple visits with Fuji and his family, we asked if we could tell their story, which it's a relationship. It's a different kind of generosity to allow your difficult story to become our story. And Fuji said yes. And when we were done, we went like, we've just changed the direction of our film. We're not going to make your film. We're going to make our film. And we went and found a story in North Carolina. Of course, we went to New York City. How can you not go to New York City? Went to the South Bronx. And these stories devastated us. And the other accident is that we thought we were making a film about early childhood literacy and the cost of illiteracy on someone's life. But what we didn't know was we were becoming experts, to the extent media people can, experts in the intersection of generational poverty and illiteracy. We know we're supposed to use other language than illiteracy, but you all know what I'm talking about. And it broke our hearts. And we came this close to making poverty porn, and it was scary. We were dealing with race issues, and we're not people of color, so that was scary. And we hung in through many, many tries at making a film that told a literacy story and not a poverty, just a poverty alone story. And it broke my heart because I've never made a hard film like that. My son is the director. Soul Sucking, if it weren't for a story that you're about to hear, he never made another film again. It was so hard for him. We did Fund As You Go. That's torture. And through COVID. And over time, we got access to schools, and we had already spent a lot of time in Detroit schools and schools in Texas and places. So we had lots of material to work with. So we were done with the film, and I was like, okay with it. And we were using black cards as narrator. We would use statistics to heighten what we just saw, and then we would transition to the next story. And we were at the Justice Film Festival in New York City. I'm not a big festival guy. I know I do a lot of filmmaking, but festivals are also soul-sucking. You can get rejected from Sundance only so many times before you stop trying. But you can get rejected by all of them, Telluride and New York, all of them. We were at the Justice Film Festival, and people from Steph Curry's production company, Unanimous, were there, and they said they did the impossible. Anybody who's a filmmaker, if you said, "Hey, I know, I'm gonna make a film, and I'm gonna get one of the top 3 most famous athletes in the world to narrate it," they said, "Would you let Steph narrate your film?" And it had no narration. So we pulled it off the shelf. We withdrew it from every festival that we weren't going to get in anyway, and we wrote a script around those cards. And the beautiful thing that we did is we softened the film because with the story and the cards just made you want to throw up, And Stefan's voice, he's a gentle man. His narration, first time he's ever done a narration, he was great. We got an hour and a half with him. An hour and 25 minutes. That was.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And they asked if we would add some animation. We added some animation. And the next thing that happened is that they invited us to premiere the film at the Library of Congress, which is another one of my plans. Hey, forget Sundance. I'm gonna. No. So that's what happened. And it was a door opener, and it led to more impact kind of production, which is my favorite thing to do.
And how does the impact play out for this film for you?
Well, it seems we're all friends with the Reading League. They're a classic example of having seen Sentence. They use it for advocacy, fundraising. Organizations all around the country are using it for those things, as well as volunteer recruitment. My organization, I sound like a filmmaker right now, but really I run an organization called the Children's Literacy Project. And our business is in advocating for literacy wherever we're asked to help. And we recruit a lot of volunteers. We start programs, and you should watch programs go that are just after-school gap closing programs. We're working with Boys and Girls Clubs, and all kinds of people will say, matter of fact, the guy at the Boys and Girls says, I tour my donors when you're doing literacy programs because they're more interested in literacy than basketball.
Aww.
So it's really cool.
And you're excited about your next project, too. Tell us about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stand up, Lucy. My daughter, this is a family affair.
Hoot, hoot.
Lucy Martin my son was the director of Sentence. He directed all of Liz's films that you're going to hear about. And he's probably going to direct our next film, which is we're going to tell the Mississippi story. Everybody knows about Mississippi. We, tell them real quick, Lizzie. I'm breaking the rules.
Lizzie, get up on stage. We need
Me?
to see you. Come up on stage.
So sorry. Because this is a grotesque family affair. I'm experiencing nonprofit nepotism. But I am also a creative, and I went to show Sentence at Ole Miss in April, and I was sitting on a panel with all the architects of the policy and some of the amazing implementers and people that Antonio knows. So that's amazing. And felt like we have to tell the story we've now told Sentence. We told Moonshot. We're in a really good position to tell the Mississippi story with what we know and with delicacy and care for this state that's had quite a bad reputation and has really turned things around. So really excited about that. I just had a meeting with the former governor. I flew in yesterday from Mississippi. So
Give us
we're
a
trying.
couple of sentences on the turnaround, how big it was.
Well, I think you guys know they went from 50th in the nation in literacy to 9th in about 12 years.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
it's,
extraordinary.
Systemic changes from policy to teacher training. I mean, they really aligned. When I'm writing all your notes down here because I'm not an expert. I'm an idiot. But just seeing all the things that they did, which was really alignment, consistency, commitment. They did it with a $15 million a year budget, where a neighboring state like Alabama has $95 million a year. So it's a really great story. They've done right by their kids, and they're continuing to do so. And so, to me, this story is super important to tell because we want every state in this country to say, "Oh, we can do that. Mississippi did that. We can do that."
Absolutely.
So that's the goal. And anyone who wants to help, I'm fundraising. So thank you.
What a shock!
And we're from the state of Oregon, who has replaced them as 50th in the nation. If you calculate the NAEP scores that we learned a lot about in that clip, by demographic, Oregon is 50th and Mississippi is first. Yep. So God bless them, and we're actually calling the film. There's an expression in the South that they say, "Thank God for Mississippi," because it's always
in the gutter.
Always in the gutter. The poverty, education, race, all the complicated
Obesity,
issues. Thank
all
God
of it.
for Mississippi. We're calling the film "Thank God for Mississippi."
That's brilliant. Well done. Well done, Jeff. So, Jenny, it's your turn to stand up. Oh, no, Jenny already went. Sorry, this is Liz. Liz Woody Remington is going to stand up now. She, too, has a turnaround story to tell us about in Vero. She is the aforementioned literacy warrior. Yes. And she has, as the co-founder of the Learning Alliance, and her co-founder is here
Right,
tonight.
Barbara,
Please.
I'm going to break the rules. Come on up here, Barbara.
Come on up, Barbara.
She's
And
my partner in crime, the other co-founder, and
And so
CEO.
they not only did the turnaround of the school district, which was profound, but then they documented it in a multi-part moonshot story. So tell us about it.
So we didn't document it. Jeff Martin documented it, but we just showed up when the cameras came. But so we started a nonprofit called the Learning Alliance, and we always say our name and our logo said it all. We ally people together, and we learn together what does it take to do this work. We set with our community, and I think what's different is this work started in the community, and then we pulled the school system in. We pulled all the partners in to galvanize the work around a goal. So we set a 90% literacy goal to get 90% of our children reading proficiently at grade level by the end of 3rd grade.
And you saw the NAEP figures. It was
Right.
like 30%, right?
And this was 15 years ago. This is before Science of Reading was cool. So we were literally two crazy moms out there beating the ground saying, come on, this thing matters. And it stems from personal stories and hardships from our kids, as is the ongoing narrative, and myself being dyslexic, and I have nightmares of the Spot, Dick Jane Spot, that dog. Oh my gosh. And then you think it's not fun. Where's my friend Nellie not being able to read in 1st grade and repeating 1st grade? I couldn't read in 6th grade, and I had to repeat 6th grade. So talk about carrying that void around, and I'll give a shout out to Nell. And we are the alphabet family. We've got everything in my family. So I've got the DLD, developmental language disability. I've got the dyslexia, we've got the dysgraphia, we've got the anxiety, depression, OCD, you name it, we have all the letters. So we have lived this as a family and are on a mission to make sure no family ever has to go through what we have had to go through again. But our community is coming together around this big question, and it's what does it take to create literate, compassionate, creative citizens who will improve our world, such that we meet that 90% goal. So that allows everybody to get out of the bleachers and onto the playing field, like Ralph Smith from Campaign for Grade Level Reading says. And everybody has to reimagine, reinvent themselves, and figure out how they're going to step in and own the goal and own our youngest citizens. But I'll let you speak to the leadership.
We're going to show a clip, right? So I don't need to repeat what's going to happen.
I think if you can outline for us, I should ask you a question, I apologize. So what were the sort of integral components to making this turnaround operation?
Yeah, so I'm the business side, Liz is the academic side. Both of our kids, though, were failing in kindergarten. And the shame of that, what it took for us to get our kids successful, we couldn't imagine somebody from poverty having to deal with this, and we knew they wouldn't be able to. So our personal stories led to a bigger story, and Heidi Goober, this great consultant who came out of the business world and went into social justice world, gave us our DNA. So our DNA was to always ask questions. So, what's it take? And we didn't know the answer, but the original hypothesis was, we're going to teach the teachers. It's going to be a revolution. They're going to know what to do. And, Liz went in there and they loved her, and they suddenly were crying, and they said, I want to stay in teaching. I suddenly have the skills to do what I need to do. But you roll forward a little bit, and the principal said, you can't do that anymore. And we even had Wilson Foundations in for 4 years, and a superintendent came in and took it out because his leadership team said, there is no such thing as the science of reading, and that's not good teaching, and they didn't want to do it. They weren't trained in it. So what we later learned was that systems are what drives this. The systems start prenatally, and they go from third grade beyond. And I think what the story is really about is our goal as a community and our commitment as a community attracted one of the leading superintendents in the country to come by our side. And so the story is a systems change story where data, ranking, Florida's done terrible in NAEP since 2020. We've fallen from 4th in the country to 10th behind Mississippi. Yet Indian River County has moved from 38th ranking out of 67 up to, we're tied for second for third grade literacy. So this is the story of a community in action around it, and we believe that if communities don't hold the goal, then the superintendent can leave and people can revert back. So it is the power of a community.
So give us a sense of how the filmmaking came to be alongside what you were doing.
Jeff, come up here, Jeff. So anyway, Campaign for Grade Level Reading, how many of you know about it? Yeah, they launched, we were two crazy moms and a philanthropist. The former president of AOL joined our cause early on. We traveled the country looking for best practices. And we said science of reading matters, and when the policy didn't, and the Campaign for Grade Level Reading, a year into our journey, said, published information from the Tremaine Foundation, which validated everything we'd been saying. So we've been on their journey for a long time, and they sent Jeff Martin to call me about a week. It was like we got the calls for this thing. A week before we were doing a tour of our Moonshot School, which is one of the highest needs school in our district. It was a big turnaround story. They went in 3 years from 15 points below the state average to 14 points above. I said, Jeff, you need to come. We're touring 70 people here from around the state and the nation. And he got on a plane. And what happened?
I'm going to grab the microphone. When we made Sentence and when the work we did before that, we had been in schools all over the country. And it can be painful. You can literally feel the stress and the tension and the anxiety, and it's palpable. You meet exhausted teachers, so many exhausted teachers, it breaks your heart. And I had to ask them on that first tour, is this are you putting on a show? Because this is a place of peace. The hallways are impeccable. the quiet in the classroom. They're controlled. The children are gathered in groups doing what the people tell them. The one disruptor is getting gently cared for. And I couldn't believe what I saw. And we only met each other in the morning, and at dinner we were planning our future. We were naming our children. You know, I knew we were there because it was palpable how good this work is.
We are going to take a quick look at the clip, but I'm curious, Jeff, because Jenny talked about the access on YouTube for free.
Yeah.
What's your distribution like? How did Tell me about
distribution of documentaries sucks. I mean,
That's right. That's why I asked.
It's a dead world right now in terms of making money on films. And in this case, we made a series that was very much designed for you. So we're certainly not going to make a marketplace, you know, for 100,000 people. So we decided together to be open source. And it's currently on YouTube. It lives on the Children's Literacy Project website. There's business cards in my pocket if you want to find it. And the Sentence is open source as well. And we just asking people to change lives with the work that we create. So, and Barbara was all about that. We had long talks about how we're going to roll it out, and we finally just said, let's just.
So, Anna, let me let you close it out because we've gone past our time, or we're about to go past our time. Give us a sense of where you're distributing, how you're trying to get the word out, what your impact campaign has looked like.
Yeah, so we have, we did theatrical distribution, and that was fine.
Painful.
Yeah. But we are now sort of a lot of community screenings, educational, and we're also using Kinema, which Yenny, who ran Rachel Reed's campaign, incredible. We started working with them for this, and it's great because you can host you can just go on this digital site, book a screening for in person in your community or online, do a panel, and have your resources there, have your discussion guide, have call to action. So it's really, it feels like it's a great place for impact campaigns, and it's very personal. So
if you guys haven't heard of it, check out Kinema with a K.
Yeah, it's definitely a great spot. But I think, you know, I'm such a believer in these types of communities, and taking the film places has been sort of most cathartic. Not only, you know, I made the film thinking this is going to be great impact and change opinions, and it has, but it's also, from so many people that I've heard from today, that feeling that you have when you can't read is something that you hold with you in your life. And I find when people watch our film, they see themselves. They see themselves as a child, they see themselves as an educator, or they see themselves as a mama bear who is fighting for their kids. And I think there's something so huge about that idea that this is resonating with me, and it's something that I feel like I am fighting on my own. You know, we talk about silos a lot today, and I think that a lot of people do feel like they're alone in this. And films like ours, I think, make it okay to feel that shame and say, I'm not the only one. And that's been really, really amazing. And I think that's what character-driven stories really do, that there's somebody out there like you. And I think that motivates people and it brings people together.
It's community building, which is what today is. So thank you, all of you, for being part of the panel, for the work that you do. We do have a clip. Okay, great. I stand corrected, or I sit corrected. We're going to have a clip of the Moonshot, which obviously features the school district in Florida that we were just talking about. And take it away.
Literacy is a huge problem in America, and expecting the schools to do it alone has only made it worse.
Only 35% of our nation's third graders are proficient at reading. We're leaving a whole lot of kids behind.
If at third grade they're not reading on grade level, it is so hard to catch them up.
The system really wasn't designed to look after all kids.
From kindergarten to third grade, kids learn to read. After third grade, they read to learn. And if they can't,
they're going to be behind, not just in reading, but in math and science and social studies.
The work just keeps getting harder and harder and harder. And if you can't read, you can't learn.
When we don't get them at the right time, society pays.
it's easy to point out the failures, but who is out there doing something about it? There's a county in Florida taking the literacy crisis head on. Indian River County was struggling with reading, and with around 70% of their kids on free and reduced lunch, the wealth disparity has perpetuated this crisis, and their families in high-poverty schools were stuck in a harmful cycle. Too many of their kids weren't thriving.
We can no longer, as a country, expect the American dream to be available for those kids in today's economy.
We all want our community to thrive. We want our country to thrive, but it all starts with literate children.
And these two local moms couldn't get their kids reading as well.
We both had boys who were struggling in school, and having it be so hard for them and nobody to help me was awful.
And with money, you can go get tutors, you can bend over backwards, but it's not fun. And without money, God save them.
In response, the Learning Alliance was started.
We were just two crazy moms and a philanthropist looking for a place to bring money and solutions.
And they set a goal for their community.
Because Liz said,
I said, well, the research will point to 95% of our population can be proficient readers. Let's set an easy goal. Let's dial it back a little bit and go with 90%.
And we were so naive. We thought that we'd solve this problem. We'd be out of business by 2018.
With their third graders at just 54% in 2015 and the poverty, this was an ambitious goal.
They probably think we're nuts.
We are.
But they were inspired by JFK's call to reach the moon with no known path. So the Learning Alliance called it their moonshot goal.
We choose to go to the moon, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
It's a big, ambitious goal. Nobody knows how to get there.
But the community adopted the Learning Alliance's vision.
So to have this moonshot goal,
it's all hands on deck.
A major movement in our community.
It's unified, everyone.
We break barriers.
We want to have 90% literacy by third grade.
It could be life-changing if we crack the code.
We'll change everything. It'll change a child, a family, the community, businesses, everything.
They bet on the idea that pouring tons of resources into the prenatal to third grade development of their kids would trickle up through their families and schools, ultimately transforming their community.
And so we've been advocating, what do we need to do in our homes? What do we need to do in our community? And what do we need to do in our schools?
They scoured the country for best practices. Liz completed her master's in learning disabilities, and they started piloting in-school, after-school, summer school, and teacher development programs.
It wasn't, let's just do a program that moves, 20 kids. We wanted something bigger and more.
Why don't we use the public school system and use the facilities that are here already to improve the lives of these kids?
They made progress with the support of school district, but were having a hard time scaling enough to reach their goal.
It's scary. It's scary to say 90%, right? You don't know how many times people have thrown mud in our face and said, oh, you're not there, you failed. And you have to persevere through that and say that the vision and the goal is worthy of us failing multiple times until we figure it out.
And then the school district made a big change. They hired Dr. David Moore as their superintendent.
We will truly act in the best interest of children. Dan the torpedoes, go ahead and fire me.
We have to change. We're not going to lower our expectation. And the day that I have to sacrifice that is the day I'm out.
He was drawn to the district because of the community's effort and was aligned with the Learning Alliance's mission.
I'm going to invest in K1 and 2, so by the time they get to third and beyond, I can change the experience by making sure they never get behind.
He brought his system change skills and a new culture to the district, and the school system bought in.
It's all about what is best for students.
We're not going to worry about adult comfort. We're not going to worry about whether we like it.
Public education many times has failed our communities because we have been adult-centered.
They put their kids at the center of everything they do.
If we all have this collective goal of everyone being literate by the end of third grade, what are we waiting for? Like, let's go now.
And the collective effort is really starting to pay off. In the last 5 years, their district grade has increased 33 state rankings, and now they are second in the state in third grade reading. Their performance has shown the most improvement in the state of Florida over the last 4 years, and have been a grade A school district the last 3 years with a 96% high school graduation rate. Since 2015, their high-poverty elementary schools have improved dramatically, with only 2 B rankings. And while the state's third grade reading scores have only risen 4 percentage points over the last 10 years, their scores have risen 17 points in that.
Just like with the book, you got to look at the movie to find how it ends.
Thank you. On to the next panel.
What a great panel with lots of film, exactly what Sundance is all about. That was the close of Act 4. Act 3. We're moving into Act 4, the systems we build, literacy, technology, and the future of health. And Nakia Towns, there you are. Here you go, take it over.
All right, great, thank you. All right, guys, Act 4, everybody stand up.
I know.
After lunch, stand up. It's a little bit cold, like bounce around. Bounce, 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 bounce. Okay, let's have a seat and let's close out strong. So thank you all for your attention and moving us into the final act of this Literacy Summit. I am Nakia Towns. I am not Ken Shelton, who was originally scheduled to moderate this panel. So we are going to adjust and improvise to be able to wrap all of these themes that we've heard that have been so great today together. I am going to start with the story of connecting what we've heard today around literacy and asking my panelists to do the same before we get into the meat of thinking about the innovation age that we're in and connecting that to ed tech and to AI innovation that's going on all around us. And so my story begins in rural South Georgia, which is where I was born. And my mother moved to Athens to become a social worker. She got a master's in social work, and that's where I started kindergarten. When I got to kindergarten, I had never had pre-K. My grandmother was the person who kept me, and I didn't do daycare, any of that. And my grandmother, of course, was my model for speech. And when I got to kindergarten, people immediately noticed that I probably sounded like the 50-year-old woman who had been taking care of me at the time, and that my teachers had a hard time understanding me. I would say, my bike hurts. Bike, which is back, but I would say B-I-K-E because that's how my grandmother pronounced it. I would say Shri, which is the number 3, because my grandmother pronounced her THs as a SHR. And so the interesting thing about me is we talk a lot about multilingual learners and those who don't speak English as their first language, but there are many children who speak English as their first language. It's non-standard. And there is a translation process that has to happen. And when I got to kindergarten, my kindergarten teachers were like, well, she seems curious and energetic, but we don't understand a word she's trying to tell us, right? And I was a big talker. And the thing that they did, which connects to an earlier panel, is that I was assigned a speech pathologist. I had lots of vocabulary, I had lots of words. You just didn't know what they were. In terms of when I was talking. And that experience with a speech intervention was the first intervention that I experienced. I think set a trajectory for me that leads me to this stage today, and often has people joke with me that they're like, you can't be from the South, you don't sound Southern at all. I'm like, I think my speech pathologist drilled my drawl out of me. But it actually helped me to be a better reader, because when we think about language, most of the time when you think about reading, you can hear a mismatch in terms of standard English rules before you note it on your paper. And for many children who never hear standard English at home, it becomes even more difficult for them to translate the speech experience that they've had into successful literacy experiences in terms of reading in standard English language. So this has been like a great opportunity all day long for me to think about all those connections and the way that I have been able to live my life and be the things that I have become and be in this work in public education and in the role that I have in Accelerate and connect it to everything that we're talking about today. And absolutely, literacy is a civil right. It is a human right. It is a social justice issue. So I am very thrilled to have been included in this conversation. So that is my story. I am going to let my panelists introduce themselves and connect to their story before we get into the topic of our panel. So go ahead, I'll start with you, Matt.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Winters. I am the AI Education Specialist for the Utah State Board of Education, which sounds like I am a tech nerd and been a tech nerd my entire life. I actually started out my higher ed work wanting to be a James Joyce scholar. So I'm a bit of a masochist. And I got into my master's program and started doing the research, and I realized very quickly that I just want to be a teacher. And I love reading. I love what literature does to my brain and what my students is. And seeing, in 2015, I made what my friends at the time said, an ill-advised move. I moved from teaching higher ed to teaching 8th grade English. And then I started working in ed tech a lot. And basically from there, was able to start doing some really cool things with AR, VR, and keeping AI as one of my focal points. And I was talking about it long before 2022 when ChatGPT hit, and then all of a sudden, boom, we have it. And when we think about what we're seeing with generative AI specifically, really it comes back to language. And we have to really think through what it does to language development and then also on the technology side, how it's absorbing that language and what it does. So there's a lot of overlap between these two, even though on the surface it may seem like AI is this detrimental thing. It's actually can be hugely advantageous for us in the literacy world.
Thank you. Megan.
Hey there, I'm Megan Manfra. I'm a professor at NC State University, and part of my charge right now is to lead a university-wide AI literacy initiative. Same, I'm not a techno nerd. I think I have you beat. I studied colonial nuns in Mexico with my master's project in history. Yeah, kind of obscure. But again, I think one of the things that bridges for me with my work and what you all are saying is where your success lays. It seems to be when you're creating programs with people and not just for people, right? So participatory methods, action research, having the data to back our decision making, but really engaging our stakeholders in the design and development of their initiatives. And I think you don't have to then do buy-in because you've started with the stakeholders from the beginning.
Great, thank you. Jeff.
Oh, I was trying the other mic. My career started as a teacher, but not as colorful as theirs. I was a STEM guy. I tell people I was STEM before STEM had an acronym because I'm that old. So dual language math and science teacher, South Bronx. Worked my way up the food chain in New York City in every role from staff developer all the way up to being the head of science and tech for the city of New York. Took a shift after 9/11 and ended up as the head of science for the state of Hawaii. Building STEM programs, robotics programs, trying to differentiate the economy away from a labor and hospitality economy to a knowledge-based economy, and it's been a lot of fun. Worked in education for 28 years. At a life-changing event where I ended up in a little bit of trouble, so tomorrow you'll hear about some people and some social justice reforms. I ended up incarcerated. And from that point on, I actually switched over, still stayed in education. Fortunately enough, I was a person with multiple degrees, higher degrees as well, and ended up in working for the company that developed Siri. So I spent 3 years in AI cognitive computing in 2011 to 2014 before anybody knew what ChatGPT or large language models were. Ran a robotics company out of Shenzhen, China called UBTech Robotics. Had a fully bipedal robot in 2018 that we launched at CES. And then I went back to traditional publishing. And when I was a science teacher and a math teacher, my principal, who became the supervising superintendent in New York City, would tell me, you have to go to these reading workshops. And I'm like, why? I'm a math and science teacher. I was an obnoxious kid from New York, 22 years old, mine there. And she says, because every teacher is a reading teacher. And when I published my first book back in '09, I thanked her for that. because it changed the way I looked at literacy and the way I looked at life. And then I realized as time went on, literacy is a foundational skill. And I talked to Sangeeta Patel from the LeVar Burton Foundation. I'm sure a lot of you know her at length about this in LeVar, about it's a human right, but it's more than that. It's a foundational right. And if you don't have it, you can't do anything else in life. You are limited in your outcomes and your opportunities in life because you will not have the basic skills. And I boil that back down to some people in here know I work with a company named Kabim, Jim Margraf, the guy that invented the LeapPad. And we go back to oral phonological awareness, and it starts at birth. And it starts pre-birth, and that's where we really need to start and to focus on. So I work with organizations like First Five California and a bunch of other places trying to actually bring tech, screenless devices, by the way, to students and parents and kids that are birth to 5 now. So that's what I'm focused on.
Wonderful. So good. So you've heard that everybody brings a story to this work, and that leads us to the panel focus that we have today. There's a lot of opportunity right now around ed tech and AI and what it can do for the goals that we have with regard to literacy. And even in this panel, it's had several frames that we thought about taking. I think Ken envisioned the current title around maintaining ethical creativity in an age of innovation. We talked about from innovation to integrity, setting guardrails in AI. We also thought about AI and the connection to workforce development and what will happen in terms of students today and the workforce that they're entering that's going to be impacted by AI. So when you think about all those frames, and I'm going to let our panelists choose their own adventure with those 3 frames for the next question tee up. I was saying this to Melina in our conversation last week. One of the great quotes, somebody, I can't even remember now where I was when I heard this, but I thought it was apropos for the moment, relating it to the California Gold Rush. And during the California Gold Rush, a lot of shovels were sold, but not a lot of gold was found, right? And so that's the moment that we're standing in. My organization, we build evidence, and I think right now we're making a lot of claims without a lot of evidence. So with that, I'd love for my panelists to think about the 3 frames and where can we begin with this. And actually, I'm going to launch it to Megan to start us, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So a lot of questions here. I came to this topic of AI literacy really from a background interested in social media literacy. We're hearing a lot about misinformation, fake news. And so how does that sort of this long history of fake news, and then how do we help our students make sense of AI outputs? So that's kind of where my entry point was. But as I've come to think about it, what I'm sort of concerned with is that we're approaching this from as a really a technical issue or a technical problem, when really it's more of a human problem. It's a creativity problem as we begin to think about how we want to integrate these tools into the work we're trying to do. And so my big recommendation whenever I work with groups is to first think of the problem you're trying to solve and then choose the tool after it. It's instead of leading with AI first or leading with a particular tool, really begin by assessing where you want to go, what kind of problems you want to solve, planning for the responsible use of AI tools, and then learning as you go. So this is where we're collecting data around how these tools are making a difference in what we really want to do is help students learn, to become better learners. And I think if we do that, then we'll avoid, I've been using technology since I was a high school teacher, and it's been oversold quite a bit. Web 2.0 technologies, the internet was seen as a panacea. It was going to reform education, and we still have a system that looks very much like it originated in the 19th century. So I think it's just really important, again, to frame this from the perspective of assessing, planning, and then learning from that.
Great insight. Thank you, Matt.
I'm going to sidestep all of that for a moment. I think it's important to think about the trends that we've been seeing today in the other conversations. We've seen I've been seeing a trend of infrastructure failure. There's some problems when we don't have, problems are created when we don't have top-down and bottom-up support for programming and growth. And if things aren't in place, then things fail. And when we talk about AI, which is, by the way, I have to say this all the time, it's a 3-year-old commercially viable technology. It's older, thank you, but I'm just gonna say it's most of us are used to it from the last 3 years. We know that education moves at a glacial pace. And so we have to remember that reform and change will come, but we have to think about infrastructure and what goes in, what are the components of building that system so that we can get to a place where we can really dive into the conversations around creativity and those sorts of things. I'm lucky to live in a state and work in a state that I'm standing on work of people that I really, really respect and lucky to work with every day, where we have every school that's publicly funded in the state of Utah, except for one, has hardwired internet to it. The one that doesn't is about 100 miles up a little geological feature you might know called the Grand Canyon. And so they're working on that right now, but we were down to 2 as of 3 months ago, and one of them is 6 hours worth of driving from its district office. And so we have hardwired internet to the schools. That's something that doesn't exist in every state. On top of that, we have a program here in Utah called Digital Teaching and Learning. I had to explain this to a national stakeholder today. They were going, well, how many districts get this program that allows for technology and coaching and buildings and funding from the legislature? And she was like, it's only gonna be a handful. It's 163. We have 41 public districts here in the state of Utah and 130 charter schools. That's a really extensive program that supports so much that's going on. And then on top of that, we were the first state to have consortium pricing that dropped the rates for AI tools that are educationally based. All of those are condition settings that need to be there. And that's something that we have to consider when we talk about ed tech, when we talk about AI specifically, is what are the conditions that will help us get to where we want to go? And how do we meet those conditions before we get to that place? And I think that's something that, as we've talked about literacy today, we're all recognizing that there were social, structural, political, all sorts of failings in there. And I want to, in my role and what I do is I'm trying to look for those in the work, the ed tech that we're doing right now, and see if we can alleviate those before they become a problem. Because in the United States, we're already starting to see a digital divide. Well, we already have a digital divide gap. We're going to see an AI gap as well. And we know that that's going to happen over the next 3 to 5 years.
Jeff?
I just want to add one point on there. So with AI as it is today and being 3 years old with large language models, right, ethical considerations have to be at the forefront because the digital divide is becoming a chasm. The reality is it's going to be kids of color, kids in public schools, and kids without resources in under-resourced communities are not going to be at the same level and with the same availability of kids that are in private school, kids that have access to the technologies at hand. So it really needs to become an equitable play for everybody that's in education today to be talking about making sure that everyone is at the table talking the same about every single kid that we serve in our public education and private education systems.
All great points. I think that even, as we've said, a lot of the education, technology that has been available, it's been slow adoption inside of public education, right? And frankly, the pandemic forced us into at least getting technology tools into kids' hands because we weren't in person in school. And as we said, even the infrastructure is lagging behind it. And so now here we are with AI taking off. And will we wait for a crisis to make sure that we are understanding and bringing those tools to bear in terms of how we serve kids and communities, or will we be ahead of it, I think is the question of the hour. So with that, I'd love for my panelists to really give us a sense of what's at the top of their mind as they're thinking about AI innovation and how we're going to integrate that into classrooms, and what do you want to be the key takeaway for our audience here? I'm going to start with you, Jeff.
Thanks. So my wife is still a sitting principal in Hawthorne, California, so I get to spend a lot of time in her classrooms, and I spend time in classrooms globally. I'm fortunate enough that I've worked in my career now with ministries of education in the Middle East as well. So 2 major, UAE and Saudi, 2 of my clients. And I help guide what they're doing around AI policy, around what they're trying to do with implementations as well. AI is going to become ubiquitous in access. Realistically, every child will have an AI engine in their phone that can answer any question for them at any time. As educators, I think we have to make sure that we take that information that they're going to have access to. And by the way, anybody that says that kids use AI for cheating, they cheated anyway. Don't kid yourself. They were cheating before. The reality is now they do it and they don't sound like themselves, so you know they're cheating. That's the truth. So you have to do things that show AI as it becomes a learning partner with that child or with that adult. So in workforce, you will be replaced by someone next to you that does the same job, that uses AI in their job that you don't do. That's the same that if you don't use it. I sat on Workforce Development Council for the state of Hawaii for 5 years, appointed by the governor. And the reason that we did this is we had an app 11 years ago that people could go on and get micro-credentialed. That we were trying to get people that had no time to go to trainings to do these things. Now with AI, it's in your hands anytime, anywhere. I'm saying take the IB, International Baccalaureate model, and have them explain what they learned by using the AI to show that they actually understand it, how it made them better in what they're doing, and how it changes their future outcomes. So I think AI is going to become ubiquitous for anybody, which technology access should be, but it's not yet. And those children will actually change their outcomes if they can explain in an oral, phonological way to talk about what they're doing. And obviously those things are not going to happen in big systems. They're happening in some great places. Matt's leading the charge in Utah. They're doing it in a lot of other places around the country and around the world. But the reality is we have to make sure the kids actually explain and understand what they're doing with the AI tool that they have in their hands.
Nicely said. Yeah, thank you. I think that I've been told that we overestimate the immediate impact of technology and underestimate the long-term impact. And so I'm thinking a lot about kind of where our blinders are right now too when we think about AI literacy policy widely. So for instance, what do undergraduate students need to know when it comes to these topics, and how can we make it really context-oriented for them, for their discipline, for the fields of work? I think we also need, I'm thinking a lot about how we help students understand that, particularly when we're thinking about large language models, that these are based on databases that are social constructions. People ask questions in certain ways to collect that data. They frame the data, they're curating it. So I think that the sort of this tool about critical thinking, these really human skills will increasingly become more and more important as our students navigate this new landscape. So whatever it's creativity, problem solving, critical thinking, and really persistence. So while I think we also need to sort of sort through some of the hyperbole or some of the fear around the use of AI, I also think that we need to help our students navigate this by thinking about some really fundamental concepts, and then also the skills to navigate this new landscape.
I got two really things I'm really excited about. So number one is in the state of Utah, we got a $500,000 grant from Intermountain Healthcare about a year ago, and I was able to leverage that grant to train what we hoped would be 1,500 teachers on basic AI literacy. It ended up being close to 7,000 in 9 months, which is about a quarter of our state's population of teachers. What we saw in those teachers when we had more time to work with them, the normal training was about an hour. If we had like 2 or 3 hours to really dive deep with them, they would start in fear, and plagiarism was a big part of that. And then all I'd have to pull out is the Stanford study that said rates have not changed before or after, like ChatGPT. And then they'd move directly into productivity. Productivity is a really self-centered place. It's important, but it's only about the self. So with minimal prompting, I'd say something like, that's cool, but what do you always wish you could have done in your classroom that you've never been able to do before? And then I prompt them with what they want to do and give them some ideas. And they move directly into creativity. And they start building things that are really interesting and engaging for them and their students. Like, for instance, one teacher who works with students with disabilities, who had nonverbal students, he made a chatbot for every single one of his students in his classes keyed into their disabilities. He wasn't using their IEPs, he was using the language of the disability and whatever content they were struggling in. And he's like, I'm starting to hear my nonverbal students and what they sound like. And it was a beautiful thing. But that led us, and what that leads to is that he was so creative with that, and a lot of our teachers went, ooh, they can go from creativity to accessibility and meet the needs of all of our students. And that progression was happening in almost all the teachers we're seeing in our PDs. So I got really excited about that progression. I think that's something that we need to follow up on and see how we can prompt our teachers to get to that place so they can help our students, which is important. The other thing that I'm really excited about in the state of Utah is we have, in education, we have this burden of making sure, and it's a great burden, but it is a difficult thing to do, to make sure our students are safe on the technology that we issue. Whether that be the network, the laptops, whatever we're giving them, that they're safe. And that's something we take very seriously in the state of Utah. And if you want me to bore you to tears, let's talk afterwards. But when they leave a school computer, when they leave a school network, when they log off their school account, they become consumers. And that's a whole different space. And so here in the state of Utah, I can advise on that. I can offer my advice. But 2 years ago in our legislative session, they issued what's called the Office of AI Policy that is under the Department of Commerce. And they sit at that intersection of AI and commerce. And they do consumer rights protections around that. It's an incredible office. And right now it's a one of one in the country. And so that kind of work where we're able to work with and protect our students in the school, and that's my privilege, and I get to work with that and dig into that with my districts, but then, and my charter schools, but then on the flip side, we have this great office that's really thinking deeply about these and doing exotic, weird things that get excited. Like 2 weeks ago, they issued the first permit to be Utah's the first state to allow an AI to issue medication from a doctor. So there's really interesting things going on. Those are the two that I'm really interested in.
I love it. This has been a great conversation. I hope that we're going to wrap, right? We can take 5. Oh, okay, well, good. Well, then I have another lightning round for the panel. So as you guys have framed out a lot of the different considerations, and so I would love for us to be able to boil this down. There's a lot of cheerleading, and rightfully so, in terms of what the promise could be. But I would love to ground us in then thinking about, for you, from your frame, what is the biggest opportunity and the biggest risk that you want us to keep in mind? So let's balance this. Opportunity and a risk. Who wants to go first?
Cool. The biggest risk is that we don't pay attention to the communities in which we work. I often talk about what makes Utah special in terms of AI and ed tech, and it's never the technology, it's always the people that work here. And I get to work with some really amazing people, so there's that risk. The opportunity is being able to really try and leverage not just AI, but any technology to meet the needs of our students in ways and meet them at the place that they're at. And it should always be purposeful use of technology. It should be purposeful use of AI in the classroom, not just to be there for no reason. And so we got to look for opportunities for that to exist in our classrooms and in our educational spaces to help our students get where they want to go. Yeah,
that's great. I would encourage us, I think, opportunity is to let go of this notion of our students as digital natives. Just because they've grown up with cell phones and things, they don't really know how to use these tools necessarily for learning. And so they're looking for us to guide it and facilitate it, and not to ban it necessarily, but to help them. I think one of the things I'm afraid of that we haven't discussed here is the environmental aspect of artificial intelligence as an ethical dilemma, and the way in which we can engage tech companies in getting the things we want to see happen, whether it's the extraction sites, labor, environmental outcomes. So that's a big sort of one of those wicked problems, but that is, I think, a huge area that we can't ignore.
It's a rare thing being married. I don't really usually get the last word. Sorry, just kidding. The reality I look at here is that the downside of it is data. Data means money now to organizations. You're going to hear Sam from StudyFetch is going to facilitate the next panel. That company is one of the most ethical companies. They don't share the data with anybody. They don't use the data for anything but to make your child's experience better using their product. And that's what we have to demand from everybody that's out there that's working in this space. That the data that they have access to for our students is never shared, never used, and never monopolized by them to make money. That's the first thing. And I talk to CEOs and VCs and private equity people, and they don't like to hear that. I could care less. The reality is it's our kids' data, it's their future. But that digital footprint is more valuable now than their physical fingerprint. And the other thing is in April this year, I have a book coming out, and it's AI, EI, O, and U. And I could thank my wife for that title. And it actually focuses on the human element of AI because I'm a people person. I'm a connector. I like people. I'm afraid we're going to lose the interpersonal skills. The ability to communicate and collaborate at the level we need to with technology tools driving that collaboration is the piece that I'm afraid we're going to lose. So it's focusing on how do we make sure we're producing globally empathetic 21st century students and people that will actually guide us into the next phase where we go. And then Matt and I can have a conversation with you about transhumanoids and this other things that go past that with the technology. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. But thank you so much, Mika.
No, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Right.
Into our final conversation. Sam, are you out there? All right. So we're going to welcome to the very comfortable couch, The Power of Promise, Transforming Learning Science with AI.
I had no idea what the title was, so thank you for that. And Jeff, thank you for the shout out. I got your $100 right here. Appreciate that. So last panel of the day. We've all been to a ton of these things over the courses of our careers, and summits and conferences, they're amazing and they're fun and you meet people and you make connections, but how much really comes out of it? A lot of times it's not much other than kind of personalized stuff. I promise you that is not going to happen this time. I'm so fortunate because I'm here with some of my dearest friends and people that I know and people that really represent kind of 5 pillars of what can actually make something happen. So I'm on the product side, as Jeff was talking about, which was again very nice. So how do we do this ethically? How do we incorporate the great lessons of learning science that in so many cases are sitting out collecting dust and have never made it to students? How do we incorporate that into our models now so that we give students the best possible experience? Alex I feel like we're talking about literacy all day, but the writing side has been very underrepresented. And it's just as important a piece of literacy, especially in the AI world. If you're talking about prompting, you're talking about your ability to take what you think and essentially express it, whether it's to another human being or to a machine. So we have those 2 pieces. We have Molly on the reading side, who probably knows everyone here because she knows everyone everywhere in this world. And we've talked a lot about that. We have Melina, who is one of the most brilliant people I've ever met, and on the neuroscience side, and how do we really take all of these best lessons. And then we have Joanna, who is a learning scientist in her own right, and also with the Walton Foundation. So as districts and groups start to try to figure this out, we're going to need foundations and we're going to need funding to start to figure out how we do these things. Get the best practices in place so that we can go to the states and we can go to the districts and we can say, this works. Let's get it into the hands of your students. And so with those 5 pieces, we can really form a fist and attack the problems of literacy and education across the board. We have a lot of inside jokes because we've spent the last couple days together. So I will stop talking and turn it over to Melina to kick us off. You want to do this one? Here.
There we go. Now it's on. All right. Hi, friends. So it looks like, would you mind restarting the glass brain? At long last, the glass brain, my friends. So as I shared a little bit earlier, this is a very famous musician's brain, and we put him in a brain scanner to see what happens during the brilliance of creativity, of everything. We studied a lot of things with his brain. But I put this up because, or not, because it is a whole new world when you get to actually look inside either your own brain or somebody else's brain, and the wonderment and the fascination. It is, it's the new, it is just as unexplored as outer space. It is our inner space that governs everything that we do. And one of the things that I love, I scanned this woman one time, and I introduced her to her brain at the end of the study. And she looked at it and she said, your brain is at the heart of everything that you do, and yet we never get to meet our brain. So the power of meeting your own brain and understanding that there is infinite possibility in there, that's the basis of what all of us are doing. But it's just so beautiful to be able to actually see the physical representation of it and use that to ground us in the wonderment of what we do. So that's the North Star for me of everything. And is one of the things that brought me into studying learning science. And so one of the things, I get asked to talk about AI all the time. And Matt, I loved what you just said about you talk to teachers. Yeah, please. You talk to teachers and ask them, when it comes to AI, what are the things that you've always wanted to do in your classroom? And it's most likely that the new generations of AI can help you actually accomplish those things. I love that question. The corollary to that question is also, what are all the things that teachers don't want to do that might actually where AI could possibly free up their time to do more of the personal human connection with their students and their colleagues? And so I love those two questions when it comes to AI, but I also love going a little bit deeper and thinking about AI. To somebody else's point, AI, I think it was Megan, your point that AI is a tool, and we don't start with how do we find our keys under the spotlight, right? How do we actually use AI in a purposeful, intentional way that helps us meet our overall vision, objectives, goals? And so one of the things that I think is the biggest power and promise of AI is the fact that we have at least 150 years of learning science. We know how brains learn. We have trillions of dollars of taxpayer research that has gone into building this huge knowledge body of how people learn. And yet we don't get that into the hands of teachers or students. And that's on us. That's on the researchers. We are terrible communicators. We're terrible science communicators. We don't do the translation as much as we could. All y'all are great at it. But the rest of the folks who aren't here at Sundance are not. I kid. But we probably only translate 1%. I'm making that number up. We translate very little of what we know about how people learn into the art of teaching, the art of learning. But so that's one thing, is we don't do as much translation as we could. But when we do translation, and I've worked with almost 100,000 educators around the entire world doing science of learning boot camps of just like, what are the principles that you can put into practice as axes of innovation in your classroom today that we know from 150 years of learning science? And so when we do that, our teachers get so energized and so excited, and then they get into the classroom, they're like, this is a lot of work to put these learning science principles into practice. And I've been teaching this boot camp for 15 years, and it's only been in the last year where I can actually go to I can do a professional development session with a district, and I can actually say, okay, if we know the power of spaced practice or interleaving, and it is so hard to actually implement, here are some AI tools that you can use to actually start to put that into practice, where it doesn't take an extra 3 hours of thinking about your lesson plans. And so I really am of the opinion that AI, when used appropriately, intentionally, and judiciously, can actually really start to realize the power and promise of this huge investment that we as a nation and a world have put into learning science. And actually, let me pause there, because Joanna made a really wonderful point in an earlier conversation of like, that's about how teachers can use AI. There's also a really important point in how students use AI, which was touched on a little bit in the last panel, but maybe I'll turn it over to you to expand on that, and then also about evidence. I've had a bit of laryngitis, so you're getting my sexy voice. Exactly. I've been with the Walton Family Foundation for about 10 years, doing the work of philanthropy in K-12 education. And I have three sort of thoughts building upon what you're saying, Melina, just coming from the funder perspective. One is funders can be fickle. We can go away, we can change our priorities. And I think a moment like now with both AI and with literacy requires real patient capital, because these are long, hard problems that are going to be ones that are going to be with us for a long time. And they require multi-year funding that looks at big problems, brings communities together like the folks who are here today, and recognizes that it's going to take an army to solve these problems. And when we're talking about systems change, when we're talking about scale, there's people in this room who I've heard say, I've been doing this for 25 years. The real question is scale. How do we do this so that all students across the country can have the change that we need to see? And that's going to take, as you said, product developers, leadership, research, policy and advocacy, folks who are on the ground in classrooms. You're really going to need to work across all those different verticals to be able to solve our problems. So when I think about this from a funding perspective, what we can do is, one, invest across all those different efforts. One lens isn't going to be sufficient. Two, philanthropy, unfortunately, is not as much money is needed to solve this problem. You need public dollars and resources. So investing in advocacy, investing in the work to get those dollars directed to the right places. And also really, I heard folks talk about leadership, but I would say for us, the state level in education, like really thinking about working with strong state leaders. We heard about the Mississippi Miracle, and helping them execute their visions to reach the scale of all the students in their states, to really bring about that change, to have the capacities they need to do that at scale for what are millions of students, is really a critical lever that we think has been underutilized to date. And part of the reason why policies have failed, because they haven't been given the time and the breadth to implement them well. And then the final thing, which goes most directly to your point, Melina, is R&D, especially as we're talking about AI. There's fabulous researchers in this room who have been doing really robust research, and they'll tell you we're not done yet. There's still so much that we need to learn, especially with the introduction of AI. So continuing to invest in that research and R&D about what are the things. I think there's tremendous opportunity for what AI can do to support literacy. There's technologies like automated speech recognition. There's the ability to really cut down some of the difficulty that we have had trying to serve and personalize learning for students. And technology can help teachers, as you said, solve a lot of problems. But there's also many things we don't know about what AI can do. We have seen research showing that students, when they use AI under certain conditions, cut off the cognitive processing to be able to actually retain the information that they need to and to be able to learn the content. I have a dear friend who told me a story recently about how he was using AI to help him problem solve something. And I'm sure we've all had this feeling. I thought, or you could do the work yourself and think through that one. So that bias that we have, there's something there that's real that we need to unpack for our students too. And really continuing to invest the research to understand when can it be utilized well for the educator and how? When can it be utilized well for the learner and how? And how do we sort of reinvent in this age of IA, which is not going away, that dynamic of the student-teacher relationship that maximizes, I think I heard someone say this in the previous panel, human connection, right? What makes us human? What do we need human beings, educators, to do that is not going to go away? And how can AI help them do that? And how can AI help the learner? So I think we're really excited about continuing to make sure that those resources are devoted to the R&D, those resources are devoted to leadership that is thinking about problems at scale. And finally, I'll just say, I think we all have a responsibility to understand that parents
play such a critical role too. You know, K-12 education really is most powerful when you have parents who understand what is happening for their learners. You go to any parent in any demographic, in any area of the country, they ultimately want what's best for their students. They want their students to succeed. But boy, science of reading is a hard one to explain. And especially, you know, as a parent myself, it can feel really boring. Like, are we cutting out the love of learning and reading here by kind of getting into some of the specifics? It can really feel, I think, very disengaging. And how we can continue to bring parents into this journey with us is just going to be, I think, so critical to the success. So thank you all for being here. It's really exciting to be here along with y'all.
I can jump in, and I just want to ground this in a practitioner's perspective, because that's the lens that I want to bring to this conversation, and thinking about what Carrie said earlier, of always having those students on her shoulder, and Nellie always having those students that she taught with her. I carry that with me too. I also carry with me the teachers, all of the teachers that I've supported, all the teacher that I was. So I got into education as a career changer, New York City teaching fellow. And I remember my first summer before my first year being thrown into New York public school, high school teacher, special educator. We had a summer PD. And I think a professor from Harvard was presenting. It was just so much information that I felt like I need to know this right now in order to be able to serve my students, because I didn't have any background in pedagogy and being a teacher previously. And I actually remember carrying around my binder with me of like all of the PD handouts, as if carrying that binder was going to somehow like be absorbed into my brain, because I really wanted to just do it right. And I remember I'll never forget, sitting at lunch, and I was sitting next to Bob, who was really on his way out. He was nearing retirement. He had been a New York City high school special educator for so many years, and he saw me with this binder, and we had a conversation, and he said, "Listen, you can't do your second year first. Just do your best." And it was a reassuring moment, and he had really good intentions, and that actually took me through. I still carried that binder though, and later on I thought, yeah, you can't do your second year first. Just do your best, but like the kids actually need more than just me trying my best. They need more than me just like coming in and learning on the fly and doing the best that I could. They needed a deeply trained educator to support them and make sure they had a strong foundation, that we weren't wasting their time, their precious time, with me learning. So I keep that in mind as we think about the power of, to tie it back to writing, the power of writing as a key component and modality in literacy. We know that writing is a tool for learning. Writing is a tool for being able to express what it is that students have learned, to be able to express their creative opinion, their expression. And so when I work at an organization, I should say, called the Writing Revolution, and we train teachers in a methodology, so a systematic approach to how to teach students to write. And when we use that approach, when it's embedded in content, when it's embedded in what it is that we want students to learn, we can build vocabulary. We can build students' oral language. We can use those as tools for learning, for them to be able to express their ideas in writing as well as orally. And that is so powerful. We don't have time to waste, because we know that it takes time to learn a methodology or a new curriculum, or the best practices for how to teach reading. And so when I think about many of the school districts that we serve and supporting them in implementing writing embedded in their content as a tool for learning, as a tool for deepening their thinking, I think about how it takes multiple years to really develop deep proficiency. And so when we are now being kind of encountering different AI tools that we can use to support and lift educators, someone used the term before, to elevate educators, using some of these tools. This is a huge opportunity where we can use AI to support teachers with developing the activities that are the writing activities that are embedded in their content. So we take that piece off of the table for them. They don't need to generate the actual activities to support the learning. They can use those tools to really be able to emphasize their content, to really be able to think about instructional delivery. And as Melina mentioned, what are those learning science, those best practices? They can really consider how to best deliver this instruction, how best to elicit the information from the class. And when you're using writing as a tool for learning, you're getting immediate feedback on how your students are processing, how your students are internalizing information, but then you're also able to give them that feedback and a tool to then actually, to make that change, to use the richer vocabulary word, to correct inaccuracies. So we don't need to silo the writing from the content. We can do this in an integrated way, and I think that AI can really help to close that time it takes for teachers to develop a deep proficiency, while also making sure that we're really adhering to best practices and the fidelity of whatever the curriculum and content is that they are teaching. So certainly a lot of opportunity there. The other piece I'll add is with a writing methodology or best practices for reading instruction, the coaching piece is so huge for teachers. And in so many districts where there might be, some districts we work in, there is one instructional coach for like grades K to 5. And so, how can AI also support educators in terms of writing? How can the AI tools support with that coaching development, giving teachers immediate feedback as well on what it is that they're developing, how they are integrating writing into the curriculum as a tool for learning, and as a tool for deepening students' ability to think critically and express that in their written expression and oral language expression as well. So, Sam mentioned before that, with students, they need to be able to prompt the AI tools. They need to be able to, demonstrate that they can write clearly enough to articulate whatever it is that they perhaps want, generative AI to serve them. But they also need to be able to analyze what it is that was spit back to them. And they need to be able to make decisions around, what comes next, and is this sufficient, or where are there, something that needs to be adjusted to improve that response. And so, writing is that piece that also really deepens students' ability to think analytically and critically around what they are learning. And so, that writing piece as a tool for reinforcing reading, reinforcing oral language, reinforcing whatever it is that we need students to know as a foundation for building on that knowledge, to continue to help them be successful and really deliver on the promise of school and learning, and what teachers tend to get into this for is making a difference in supporting their students. So thank you.
So I've been working for the past year in schools, extensively supporting schools and districts who are aligning and implementing with the science of reading. And in my work with both teachers as well as teaching graduate students who are in advanced certification programs and such, the number one challenge that they always say is time. We don't have enough time, we don't have enough time. And so I think there are so many opportunities that AI opens up to free people of that time crunch. I spent this year working with a district that had purchased an entirely new literacy screening platform using AI that had the capabilities to listen to every student, do an oral reading fluency task. It analyzed students' spelling, and that process that typically happens in the beginning of the year, as well as the mid-year and the end year of screening and doing that assessment component, is incredibly time consuming. And AI just opened up this that it took that time crunch off of people's plates so that they could get more efficiently, quickly into actual instruction. So I think there are so many opportunities there. And then when I'm working with my graduate students, I keep thinking about this word access, which has come up so many times today. The majority of teachers and early career teachers are not reading peer-reviewed journals. I think our publishing peer-reviewed system is a pretty broken one. And what I'm struck with in my work with graduate students is how much access people are now getting firsthand to research through AI. They may not go to, the scientific studies of the Science of Reading journal and read it firsthand to know what the latest research is on metacognition or executive function or what have you. But AI is giving them a truncated, more accessible version. And certainly we want people to be reading the research firsthand, but we also have to recognize that that's not likely going to happen. And so AI provides an access point into that as well.
Do you want to hit one?
Yes, I just wanted to wrap us up really quickly before Sam wraps us up, just with a provocation. So I was funded by the NIH to look at the impact of digital media and technology use on the developing brain. And we convened for the National Academy of Science almost all of the people who are studying the impact of digital media and technology on the developing brain. And it is, there is one thing that I just hope that we take away from this conversation, these last two panels about AI, which is AI as a tool. It can be used for good, it can cause harm. We want to figure out all of the ways that it can cause harm and mitigate those, and all of the ways that it can be used for good and amplify those. But the biggest thing to take away, besides the fact that it's a tool, is that the way that we engage with technology is actually the thing that makes it useful, usable, equitable, and effective. If we use it as a way to connect humans to humans, can't go wrong. Very rarely can you go wrong. If you use it as a babysitter, if you use it as a replacement for humans, that's when we get into trouble, or a replacement for learning, a replacement for generativity, a replacement for all of the things that we know, then that's when we get into trouble. But if we use it as a way to connect, again, to infuse our humanity through tool use, that's when we have all the money.
I love you guys so much. They're gonna give me the hook in a second. But just to kind of, there was something from each of you I wanted to hit on. Melina, when you were talking about freeing up teachers to, like, I always use the analogy. So many teachers will see a kid in the back of the room and say, that kid needs a win. I don't know why, I don't know what's going on at home, I don't know what's going, but that kid needs a win. And they don't have the time right now to give that kid a win and what change that can make. And then Joanna, you were talking about how do we fund this and how do we make it sustainable? The piece that, like, let's blow it out and let's look at all options. What about industry? What about companies? They're the ones that are benefiting from this pipeline that's being created by our education system. So I know that we're personally working on workforce development and saying, you're gonna get a lot of value from this. How about you pay into it? Alex, you were talking about the ability to, it's not just prompting, but it's being able to then question and then be able to format your thoughts and then communicate, how do I question this and how do I further my knowledge? And then Molly talking about the way, like, are we truncating this learning science down too much? So we bake it into the models, which is what we're doing. And there's so much slop out there in the AI world, and we're trying to combat that as much as we can. But then how do we communicate to the teachers, this is why it's happening? And I started this by saying, talking about how so many of these conferences and summits never come to anything, and that's absolutely not going to happen this time because we're going to make sure that it doesn't happen. We also invite all of you to join us. This will take a village. This will take an army. This will take all of us to do this, and please reach out. Please, if there's any of us you want to talk to, if you want to join us, if you want to help, we're here to do the work because it has to be done. Because we have this one moment where we can do it right, and we can go this way or we can go that way. And I think because of all of you being here and having these conversations, I feel really optimistic about where we're going to go, but it's going to take a lot of work. So let's roll up our sleeves and do it.
Thank you for those parting inspirational words, Sam. And thanks, everybody, for coming and being here today. If you're like me, you're a little bit tired. Maybe I'm a little more tired than most. I haven't really slept in a month. But I need to just start by thanking a few people. This is our wrap-up. So before we go, I want to thank Burton Ritchie, who I don't think he's here. He's the producer for Heretic Films, who had this wacky idea to even invite me to do this. And I'm the crazy one who said yes. Tim Odegaard, Antonio Fierro, Nell Thompson, Terry Noland, you guys were kind of the engine behind this, and I got to say, Nell and Terry really helped make this happen because they believed in the idea. And when I came up with the idea, I needed somebody else to believe in it too. And it has been confirmed today. This idea that we want to break down silos, that we want to work together, that we can do this. As Sam said, this is the moment. Let's take advantage of it. That is confirmed. We are here. We heard the voices today and some things that I heard from people as I've been going around today. I've made so many unorthodox connections. Come do this with us at the USA Today conference. Let's do a conference like this for 3 days in Salt Lake City. I love the eclectic crowd in the room. Imagination, opportunities, systemic change works, and out of all the literacy events that I've been to, this is one of the best. And that's because of all of you. It's because all of us. It's because we said yes to this moment. We said yes to saying no more binary conversations about whether it's balanced literacy or structured literacy. We said no to, is it one thing or another? We're bringing everybody under the label of literacy as a public health imperative. Let's move forward with it. Let's take action with it. I will be sending everybody's contact to everybody else in the room, and so that we can move forward together. And the last thing that I just want to say is from a personal note. I told a few people that I hatched this idea of literacy as a public health initiative when my wife, Susan Latham, who is the other person I need to thank, that it really made it possible, happened in Oakland, California when I was teaching special education, and she was doing a project on homicide in the city of Oakland, and the victims were young black men. And she did a project called Living with the Memory, interviewing and spending time with the black mothers. And she had a professor who was talking about that kind of violence is a result of public health and lack of health and access in their communities. And I was teaching special education in Oakland. I had young students and old students, 21 years old, who couldn't put two letters together. I thought I could change the world, just graduated from Harvard. I was out there with my cape, and that didn't work. Nothing I did worked. I had to go back to school to learn how to teach them to read, and that's what I did. And 6 weeks later, after I got some good training and some good resources, those kids were reading. And they were walking down the hall with a book, standing tall, looking in teachers' eyes, saying, "Want to hear me read?" And that is why I've been doing this for 20 years. I want more of those kids to be able to do that. I want more adults in this world that are not able to fill out a job application to be able to do that. And together, we can make it happen. Like, there is no limit. So let's go forward from today. Thank you all for coming. That's very gracious. Last thing I want to say is two things. Harvey Hubble is going to be doing interviews on the street with people if anybody wants it. We have a private concert with Joe Sumner coming up, but we need to clear out a little bit. The chairs need to be cleared out. So thank you all for coming, and enjoy.